Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the December 13th Planning Commission meeting. We'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance. Commissioner Gonzalez, will you lead us, please? Ms. Beretti, roll call, please.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Shaw.
Here.
Commissioner Getzelman.
Here.
Commissioner Work. Commissioner Gonzalez.
Here.
Commissioner Gomez.
Here, is this where I ask for permission to attend via the internet?
Sure. Can you state on the record why
Yes.
you're attending remotely today under AB 2449?
Yes, I'm taking care of my son, my disabled son, so I'm not able to attend in person. And I'm
And-
invoking the provisions of AB 2449.
And can you also let us know, is there anyone over the age of 18 present in the room with you?
No, not at the present time.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Mendoza.
Here.
Commissioner Deal.
Here.
Commissioner Roberts.
Here.
Commissioner Monsalve.
Here.
Commissioner Daniels.
Here.
Let the record reflect that all commissioners are present.
Thank you, Ms. Beretti. All right, this is the time set aside for public comment from any member of the public attending in person or via Zoom on any matter not on the agenda for today.
And for individuals that are either here in the chambers or, excuse me, who are on Zoom, just a reminder, you are to raise your hand. Click the raise hand button for any item, if not this, future items on the agenda today that you'd like to raise your hand for. You'll be acknowledged, and when it's your turn to speak, you'll be prompted to unmute yourself, and then you just press the unmute button. If you are on the phone, you can raise your hand by pressing *9 and place it down by doing the same. And when it's your opportunity to speak, you can press *6 to mute and unmute yourself. Thank you.
Any public comment? Is there any public comment? Is there a hand up in the Zoom?
James Walters and Carol Shadwell.
Thank you. Mr. James Walters, you have a public comment for an item not on the agenda today. Ms. Carol Shadwell? Okay. And Mr. Walters?
Yes, but I'm commenting on the land use plan.
Okay, then we'll reserve your comments for when that item comes up, if you don't mind.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. All right, do we have any agenda additions, deletions, or corrections?
Good morning. Correspondence has been received and distributed for agenda item number 5, REF 210024, Big Sur Land Use Plan Update, and agenda item number 6, PLN 230079, S&E Creative LLC.
Thank you. Any commissioner comments or requests? All right, then moving on to referrals and other matters.
Yeah, thank you. If I may, I wanted to, there's an attachment for this item. We've updated the Planning Commission referral matrix. So please indicate if you have any questions on the updates. I did have two matters that I wanted to alert the commission for. One is in response to request of Commissioner Shaw at prior meeting, we've added a new referral, referral 23.1, that we will be looking into regarding that referral. In addition, for its line number 7, referral 22.4, regarding revisiting the Planning Commission bylaws. Earlier this year, it was brought forward. You guys made changes to and adopted changes to your rules. And so staff would request today that you consider this referral complete and that we're able to close it.
Commissioner Deal?
Thank you. I appreciate that. And would just, in the case of the referrals, want to draw staff's attention to the ongoing request for a status update on rebuilds after wildfires, which has been pending since wildfires, which is many, many years now. So we haven't been able to monitor the success or failure of our attempts to facilitate rebuilding. And from my point of view at this time, it is essential that we follow through with that as soon as possible, because I have this looming feeling that if there's a possibility of additional fires in the county, would really like to make sure that we have done our due diligence to make sure that nothing the planning department does that we can affect is any barrier to completing those rebuilds. So it's been a referral since, what, 2018? And I just want to add a little weight to it, especially since we are receiving the very welcome update on the matters relating to Pajaro and Chulart. So thank you.
Thank you for flagging that, and we'll put that at a higher priority for staff to return with an update.
Commissioners, in order for us to consider the bylaws matter closed, do we need a motion or do we just state so?
I'll move,
Commissioner Getzelman, you're the one that requested review of the bylaws? Well, at least your name is tied in. Are you happy with the work?
I am happy with the work as I've seen it. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Shall we consider the matter closed, commissioners?
Well, speaking for myself, yes.
yes.
Thank you. All right. Commissioner Gonzalez.
If we are changing the bylaws, do we need to have a motion and a second, or I don't know if it's already been done, in terms of approval of the bylaws since there is a change? I don't know.
Yeah, so the action came formally before the commission at prior meeting, and you took the appropriate action at that time. Today's item is just to get an indication that the commission deems that particular referral based on that action taken as complete, so we can remove it from the referral list.
All right, then, moving on to approval of the consent calendar. Commissioners, are there any items that you would like to discuss or comment on? Is there a member of the public who would like to discuss or comment on any of the items on the consent calendar? Any hands up in the Zoom? Commissioner Gomez, you have a
No, I'm just going back to the referrals. I just wanted to make sure that our direction was clear to staff that that item was deemed complete, right?
correct,
And I'm
yes.
not sure if that requires a motion or just saying that.
No motion, just all of us in agreement that it can be considered closed to remove it from the referral list.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Gomez, while I have your face on the screen, do you have any comments or need to pull an item from the consent calendar?
I do not. Thank you for asking.
Thank you, Commissioner Gomez. Liz, is there a hand up in the Zoom? Okay, all right. So approval of consent calendar?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Gonzalez. Thank you, Commissioner Mendoza. We've got a first and a second to approve the consent calendar. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Chair, it actually needs to be by roll call vote since we have someone appearing remotely.
Thank you.
Commissioner Work? Commissioner Mendoza?
Yes.
Commissioner Getzelman?
Yes.
Commissioner Daniels?
Yes.
Commissioner Monsalve?
Yes?
Commissioner Shaw?
Yes.
Commissioner Roberts?
Yes.
Commissioner Deal?
Abstain?
Commissioner Gonzalez?
Yes.
Commissioner Gomez?
Yes, that's to all the items except the minutes of July 26th. Since I wasn't present, I'll abstain from that.
I think we should pull the items that certain people are abstaining for so the record's clear. Commissioner Deal, are you abstaining from all the consent items or just one in particular?
I'm abstaining from the consent agenda because I was not present at one of the items, which is the August 9th Planning Commission meeting. Out of an abundance of caution, I was abstaining from all of them.
All right, so,
Why don't we pull the minutes item number 2, and let's take another motion on approval of consent items 1, 3, and 4.
we have 2 minutes to pull. Commissioner Gomez,
Yeah, the minutes are all in number 2.
okay, so we're going to pull all the minutes. Okay.
So do I have a motion on approval of items 1, 3, and 4?
So moved.
I'll second it.
All right, a different order now. Commissioner Shaw?
Yes.
Commissioner Getzelman?
Yes.
Commissioner Work? Commissioner Gonzalez?
Yes.
Commissioner Gomez?
Yes, yes,
Commissioner Mendoza?
Yes.
Commissioner Deal?
Yes?
Commissioner Roberts?
Yes.
Commissioner Monsalve?
Yes?
Commissioner Daniels?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. All right, now on to the minutes of July 26, 2023. Is there a motion to approve those minutes? Thank you, Commissioner Work. Is there a second?
Commissioner Daniels.
Thank you, Commissioner Daniels. All right, we've got a motion and a second to adopt the July 26, 2023 minutes. All, roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Shaw?
Yes.
Commissioner Getzelman?
Yes.
Commissioner Work? Commissioner Gonzalez?
Yes.
Commissioner Gomez?
I'll abstain.
Commissioner Mendoza?
Yes.
Commissioner Deal?
Yes?
Commissioner Roberts?
Yes.
Commissioner Monsalve?
Yes?
Commissioner Daniels?
Yes.
Motion passes with 2 abstentions.
Thank you. 2. All right, now we will move on to the August 9th, 2023 minutes. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Gonzalez. Is there a second? Thank you, Commissioner Work. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Shaw?
Yes.
Commissioner Getzelman?
Yes.
Commissioner Work?
Yes.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
Yes.
Commissioner Gomez?
Yes,
Commissioner Mendoza?
Yes.
Commissioner Deal?
Abstain?
Commissioner Roberts?
Abstain.
Commissioner Monsalve?
Yes?
Commissioner Daniels?
Yes.
Motion passes with 2 abstentions.
Thank you. All right, and now for the minutes of October 25th, 2023,
So
And-
moved.
and the special joint meeting of October 25, 2023. And who moved?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Gonzalez. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Commissioner Shaw. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Shaw?
Yes.
Commissioner Getzelman,
Yes.
Commissioner Work,
Yes.
Commissioner Gonzalez,
Yes.
Commissioner Gomez,
Yes.
sorry, Commissioner Mendoza,
Yes.
Commissioner Deal,
Yes.
Commissioner Roberts,
Yes.
Commissioner Monsalve,
Yes?
Commissioner Daniels,
Yes.
motion passes.
Thank you. All right, on to scheduled matters. Agenda item number 5, Big Sur Coast Land Use Plan update. Mike, a little closer.
Good morning, Commissioners and Chair Monsalve. My name is Taylor Price, Associate Planner. Today, we will be presenting a summarized update of the Big Sur Coast Land Use Plan. Today, staff requests that the Commission hold a public workshop to review and receive public input regarding the ad hoc committee's proposed updates to the Big Sur Coast Land Use Plan. Staff also requests that the Commission limit the workshop to 2 hours, then staff requests that the item be continued to a date in early 2024. Staff will review all feedback to date, reconvene with the ad hoc committee, and return with another workshop in early 2024. Today's workshop is to get feedback on the policy updates from the ad hoc committee and to receive feedback on the policy updates that buttress the ad hoc committee's update approach. Further, staff will return based on comments today at a subsequent workshop with the Planning Commission in early 2024. The Big Sur Coast Land Use Plan was adopted by the Monterey County Board of Supervisors on November 5th, 1985, and was certified by the California Coastal Commission on April 10th, 1986. The Big Sur Coast Land Use Plan was intended to protect the wild and scenic nature of the Big Sur coastal planning area, and this protection was at the forefront of the 1986 Land Use Plan. The foundation of the 1986 Big Sur Coast Land Use Plan was to ensure the protection of the natural environment of the Big Sur coastal planning area and was intended to ensure that the 1986 Big Sur Coast Land Use Plan would apply to all parties, whether private parties or public agencies. This is born from the shared commitments in the original land use plan that private parties and public agencies would be limited in the same way. The Big Sur Coast Land Use Plan also ensures that the traveling public has access to the Big Sur coastal planning area and that this access is preserved and expanded where feasible. The update continues to reinforce both principles. The current Big Sur Coast Land Use Plan update process began when the Big Sur and South Coast Land Use Advisory Committees began a series of public workshops in 2023. These LUAC workshops culminated in 2 Planning Commission workshops that were held in 2021. After the 2 Planning Commission workshops, the Planning Commission appointed an ad hoc committee to consider all public feedback received to date, with the intent to return to the Planning Commission at a later date with a comprehensive full draft for review. The ad hoc committee took the LUAC's recommendation and all of this public input into consideration when developing the revised draft Big Sur Coast Land Use Plan. Today, the ad hoc committee is presenting its first draft to receive public and commissioner feedback on the general framework that the ad hoc committee utilized for the updates. The existing Big Sur Coast Land Use Plan is known as the gold standard of local coastal programs, and it has balanced competing interests relatively well in the Big Sur coastal planning area of resource protection, public access, and ensuring the community's continued viability. However, since certification, there have been significant changes in conditions in the Big Sur coastal planning area, new land use issues, and old concerns that remain unresolved from the original Big Sur Coast Land Use Plan. Therefore, the ad hoc committee reviewed the Big Sur Coast Land Use Plan and only made updates where the ad hoc committee believed changes were needed to reflect current on-the-ground conditions. The Big Sur Coast Land Use Plan updates are intended to be forward-looking and intended to update the Big Sur Coast Land Use Plan document to reflect these changes and conditions minimally. Updates made to the Big Sur Coast Land Use Plan, in addition to the more substantive policy updates to reflect changes in conditions, also consist of updating public agency names and data to reflect current on-the-ground conditions as of today. This is the first of several Planning Commission workshops on the Big Sur Coast Land Use Plan updates. Today, staff intends to summarize the updated framework and policy updates made to the Big Sur Coast Land Use Plan to solicit feedback from the Planning Commission and the public. Staff will first present high-level policies for each key topic area. Staff will then pause for general, non-topic area specific comments from commissioners and the public. Staff will then go through each topic area and ask for commissioner and public input into each specific topic area. Staff would like to reiterate that today's workshop is intended to allow the ad hoc committee to receive public input on the policy framework utilized for the updates. Staff expects to return to the Planning Commission for subsequent workshops. The key framework for this update is an acknowledgement that conditions have changed since 1986, but that these updates need to be weighed against the recognition that the Big Sur Coast Land Use Plan is the gold standard of local coastal programs and has balanced the competing needs of the Big Sur coastal planning area relatively well. One of the key areas that the updates acknowledge is the significant impacts of overcrowding and tourism have had on the Big Sur coastal planning area that could not have been envisioned in 1986. A summary of the updated topics can be grouped into the broader categories of Highway 1 capacity, wildfire, employee housing, visitor and commercial uses, and special events and aircrafts. Overcrowding has impacted Highway 1 capacity severely, and the negative impacts of overuse are affecting the traveling public and their ability to continue to enjoy the unspoiled vistas from Highway 1. This capacity strain is also negatively impacting the Big Sur community and even threatening the community's continued safety and ability to provide safety to the traveling public. The updates add policy language to recognize that all land use decisions in the Big Sur coastal planning area have the potential to impact Highway 1 capacity negatively, and therefore all land use decisions should consider their potential impacts on Highway 1. There have also been additional language added that recognize that Highway 1 is the main means of access for the visiting public to enjoy and experience the Big Sur coastal planning area, and therefore all land use decisions that impact Highway 1 capacity should weigh their potential impact on the visiting public's ability to enjoy the Big Sur coastal planning area. Updates to the Big Sur Coast Land Use Plan are intended to acknowledge and write clear policy language to assist private and public landowners in Big Sur and encourage safe fire fuel management practices. These additions are intended to comply with state and federal laws and balance protections of ESHA while also allowing crucial fire fuel management practices. The updates also add new policy language to clearly state circumstances where fire fuel management practices are allowable without a coastal development permit. Housing the Big Sur community and the Big Sur workforce is crucial, and the impacts not only the Big Sur Coast community, but also the traveling public. Updates to the Big Sur Coast Land Use Plan are intended to support efforts to house the employees who are part of the Big Sur workforce and prioritize and support employee housing in all land use categories in the Big Sur coastal planning area. The updates also remove impediments to employee housing in the Rural Community Center land use category by exempting parcels in the Rural Community Center land use designation east of Highway 1 from the cross slope calculation. Updates add clear prohibitions on vacation rentals and timeshares to encourage that housing stock remains to house the Big Sur community and workforce. There are separate ADU amendments that are moving forward before the broader Big Sur Coast Land Use Plan update to ensure compliance with state law. These updates will be certified by the California Coastal Commission before the Big Sur Coast Land Use Plan updates are adopted by the Planning Commission and will be incorporated into the final Big Sur Coast Land Use Plan update document presented to the Planning Commission. Updates related to visitor serving and commercial uses were crucial as the Big Sur coastal planning area has experienced a significant increase in tourism beyond what the original 1986 land use plan could have predicted. Therefore, updates are intended to be forward-looking and acknowledge the current conditions may necessitate changes to visitor serving uses. The ad hoc committee added policy language to clearly state what is allowable in the rural community center and commercial facilities outside of the rural community center land use categories, which were mapped in the original 1986 land use plan, but do not have corresponding clarity of text in the document. The updates add policy language to clarify the importance of balancing visitor-serving uses with residential uses to ensure the survival of the Big Sur community, which is crucial to the survival of the Big Sur coastal planning area and its continued stewardship. Policy language was added to acknowledge the relationship between visitor-serving and commercial uses and the impact that those uses can have on Highway 1 capacity. New and expanded visitor-serving uses must consider their potential impacts on Highway 1 when projects are reviewed by the Monterey County Housing and Community Development. Exhibit D provides additional information on the county's unit count data and the methodology that went into the unit count data calculation. Yet, it may be appropriate as a part of this update to revise the number of allowable in-RV campsite units, considering the increased impact those units could have on Highway 1 and the broader Big Sur community. Updates also reflect the importance of protecting the natural, scenic, and wild environment of Big Sur by prohibiting helicopter and drone takeoff and landing, with exceptions for emergency services. To further protect and appropriately regulate special events in the Big Sur coastal planning area, the ad hoc committee added policy language to ensure that special events had standards to be evaluated against. The updates that the ad hoc committee made are intended to be forward-looking and ultimately encourage all comments to be forward-looking as well, and consider what the document should look like in the future to encourage that the Big Sur community and traveling public are able to enjoy the Big Sur coastal planning area for years to come in the future. Staff would first like to ask that general public and commissioner questions, comments, and input be provided. Then, after general public questions, comments, and input, there will be a separate section for each of the key topic areas to provide questions, comments, and input specific to those key topic areas. If the commissioners or chair would like, staff will have ready Exhibit B, the track changes land use plan document, and Exhibit C, which includes the line-by-line review of the 2003 land use plan updates, which list each section, which will be available for viewing. Staff would like to ask for general public and commissioner questions, comments, and input prior to receiving key topic area questions, comments, and input.
Commissioner Deal and Commissioner Daniels?
Thank you. I'll start because that's which way she decided to go. It's not because of anything else. Commissioner Daniels and I have had a chance to learn a great deal more about each other over the course of the 60-some-odd meetings that we've had with staff to try to move this project forward one round. What I just wanted to say was that what I hope to get out of this workshop, this preliminary workshop, is about a 10,000-foot look at our format and direction. Because as I'm sure everyone knows, when you work hard on something, there's the possibility of tunnel vision. And we have chosen and tried to explain our reasoning, and we've attempted to carry that reasoning forward into the document to the best of our ability, but we might have gone wrong at either step. And rather than go further and flesh out all of these concerns with the actual policy language that will go in the draft plan and be able to stand behind it, we thought it was wise to ask the stakeholders in the community to give us a read on this first part so that we can know whether these approaches appear to our entire stakeholder world as best as we can, although we know that is way beyond our boundaries of Monterey County, and make sure we don't go spending a lot of time and energy on some approach which really is not the right way to go. And I would say that our input and our understanding of stakeholders extends absolutely to the public agencies, including the Coastal Commission. So we are attempting to do some of the work of bringing together all of these competing interests into the collaborative work of preserving Big Sur now, in the hope that when we have a draft that we bring forward with specific final language that we feel we can stand behind, that it will represent what the community wants. So there are a number of areas in this process that we know we're going to be looking at alterations based on what we hear. And some of them are not even completely finished yet. And so we really Want to make sure everyone knows that this is absolutely a workshop where we're taking in your comments, and we will continue to consider them as carefully as we have done all along. We want to especially thank everyone who took the time to write their comments, because as we go over them later, it's really helpful to have your thoughts on paper, even if they're generally reminding us of what you may have said in person or on the Zoom. So thank you for that. And please accept this invitation to continue writing in with anything that you think would help this process. We appreciate it. We read it. We absolutely do consider it. We have had extraordinary staff report in this effort. I've been working with this project now since, 2001 in different aspects. This particular round has had extraordinary, as I say, staff support, including planners with experience and expertise in both Big Sur itself and the county's operations, but also data collection and research. We've also had the benefit of legal counsel throughout this from the county's point of view. All of those things are newer wrinkles in our process and very welcome, and I think they've helped the process a great deal. We also just want to mention that as complicated as it is to look at revising something that is a whole like this, we've taken a lot of time, and I want to make sure everyone understands part of that time was spent reviewing the premises and research and collaboration that went into the original plan, so we could better understand where the provisions in that plan were grounded in research. And so those, we've attempted to show our work, those documents that we consulted, most of them are available by link or on the county's website, but we've also had the benefit of talking with many stakeholders who were still today present for the creation of that plan to help us make sure that we understand where it's coming from. And so we can take those ideas that originally informed and created this unique plan, and I use that term very advisedly, in our recommendations for going forward. We're attempting not to change those directions, so we had to spend the time to understand where they came from, and some of that we would be happy to share with you, in particularly commissioners, but anybody who doesn't understand why we are suggesting the things we're suggesting. So with that in mind, and with great thanks for everybody who spent all this energy just to get to this point, which is nowhere near the finish line, but it is forward. I will just defer to Commissioner Daniels. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Deal. And I want to just start by thanking everybody who wrote comments. And I hope that you'll continue to write comments throughout this process. It's extra helpful if you come and reiterate those comments to the commissioners, but the process that we've been engaged in for the last couple years has been to really dig through all that arrived to us the day that we had our first workshop here at the Planning Commission in 2021, and that was the huge document that came from the LUAC, trying to really understand what the goals were, what the intent was, what the concerns were. To my colleagues here on the Planning Commission, this is really important work. I know everything that happens in Monterey County is important. I know that every single land use plan is important, but this original land use plan has done something quite remarkable, which is preserving and protecting one of the most spectacular places on earth. And so the task before us really is to look at the challenges, to look at the current conditions, but ensure that the magic that happened in that first land use plan is preserved, because we all benefit from what was done by the people who came before us on the Big Sur coast. So I just appreciate you all in this process. Taylor was very clear about what some of the concerns were that we're trying to address. And this isn't just Big Sur, this is the entire coastal zone. When you have protections on a place, housing in the coastal zone becomes nearly impossible. And so we're trying to address a way to preserve one of the greatest assets of Big Sur, which is this fabulous, remarkable community. And how do we preserve that? So that was where the housing goals. We've already talked about all the others, of wildfire protection and preparedness and Highway 1 capacity. So these are all really important things that we're going to talk about, but I just appreciate that we're all on this journey together. I want to thank Taylor and Melanie and Kelly and Craig, and before them, John Dugan and Wendy Strimling, because I've never experienced in the short time that I've been working in county government such dedicated attention to one project. We spent at least 2 hours, I think, a week this entire time with their dedicated attention. And as a result, I think everybody understands the Big Sur land use plan a whole lot better than they did before, and that is only going to benefit all of us. And then really just to reiterate before I wrap up, the comments that you give us, I learned so much just reading comments, right? As Martha said, you know, we get sort of the point where you have tunnel vision, really, really trying to go through that document that we got from the LUAC and the public comment that we got in the first hearing. It took a long time. And then this wonderful experience of trying to understand the history and make sure that that history is retained in the land use plan, because that's the institutional knowledge that will be lost if we don't retain it. So just super appreciative, and that this is the first workshop. Your feedback is critical. You are the stakeholders. This is your plan. So this is a bottom-up process. This is not a top-down process. So thank you for being here today. Thank you for working with us on this, and it's just a really exciting time. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Steele. Oh, one more.
I had kind of expected that Commissioner Daniels would say this, because it's been our mantra throughout. Just so everybody knows, our mantra is minimal red. We don't change things unless they need to be changed. We do not remove things unless there's an important reason why they needed to be removed. In this draft, we have continually said, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And if we have to make an alteration, let's make it as minimal and specific as we can. So we'll be looking for your help to see where we can better accomplish those goals as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners Steele and Daniels. Any other commissioner comments? Commissioner Roberts?
First of all, congratulations to everybody in getting this far, because I know it has been a very long process with a lot of work put into it, and it's been fun to go through and read it and see the progress that has come from it. And hopefully we're just moving forward, as the commissioners have already said. In trying to think of a big level general question, the only question I had is, at what level is the Coastal Commission involved in this process? And staff, I saw some letters and I saw references to how they've interpreted parts, you know, of their policies, and just curious to know what their contribution to this has been.
So staff has met with Coastal Commission staff, and we expect to continue meeting with Coastal Commission staff after the first of the year, where we expect them to give us substantial comments. The ad hoc committee, in reviewing and completing the updates, reviewed the past Coastal Commission comments and really weighed those comments when making the updates as well. So yeah, we expect continued involvement.
Thank you.
Any member of the public would like to comment so far? Please. Please.
Okay, you can hear me. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Tim Green. I'm a member of Keep Big Sur Wild. I have 3 requests of the Commission. I will share them briefly. First, we feel strongly that on this contentious and confusing and critical issue of lodging counts, VSUs, and their cap, the county needs to impose a moratorium on new VSUs during the planning process. Our recent letter of September 13th to the commissioners clearly demonstrates that the cap count has been exceeded. The county's recent memorandum on this issue ignores these facts. Action must be taken to prevent further development, contrary to the plan. Second, the red line draft update often refers to the need for traffic studies to assure public access to the scenic highway is not jeopardized by further development. There are no traffic studies for the coast, except those done for the planning purposes 50 years ago. We request the Planning Commission to find a way to resolve this critical shortage by getting a traffic study done. Third, the update is intended to address issues that were not foreseen in the original plan. One such issue is the growth of urban noise, mostly loud, amplified music in open-air areas. The Big Sur Land Use Plan prioritizes people's experience of the natural world. From the plan, I quote, "The opportunity to escape urban patterns is a prime attraction. There are countless venues in the world for amplified outdoor music. Most people come to Big Sur for the natural beauty and the tranquility." The intention of the plan to preserve these qualities is clear. It states, "All development must harmonize with and be subordinate to the wild and natural character of the land." Would the Planning Commission please consider a soundscape policy that reflects the values and protects the natural experience from the disruptive effects of loud, amplified music? This would be an important improvement to the plan. A brief comment on the importance of this plan. 50 years ago, 3 congressional bills were initiated to protect the Big Sur coast with federal oversight. The last bill was sponsored by Leon Panetta. They all failed. The question is, can local and state effort, like the Big Sur Land Use Plan, protect this national treasure? Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Also, I have a slip from Mark Blum. Okay, terrific, thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners, thank you.
Just a reminder that we do have a 2-minute time limit. You heard the ring, but
Yeah, that's tough to get it all in 2 minutes, but anyway, thank you. Thank you to the ad hoc committee for putting hundreds of hours into this land use plan update and protecting really the key policies and goals of the plan. We appreciate that a lot. You know, Big Sur, as Kate mentioned, it's a national treasure, right? It's the pride and joy of Monterey County. You know, one of the reasons it is because of this land use plan and its restrictions on development. You know, in my 3 decades of living in Big Sur, I feel like it's a critical time right now, probably the most critical and threatening time, in my opinion, in Big Sur due to its increased popularity. Of course, is going to come increased commercial pressures. And you know, what I'm seeing now, and when I look into the future, it's easy to look into tomorrow, it's easy to look to next summer, but what's it going to look like, this highway, in 20, 30, 50 years? What's the public access to a scenic drive going to look like in 50 years? And that is the main recreational objective of Big Sur, is a scenic recreational drive. And the threats, I want to get in a little bit of detail. I know, we've got, Rocky Point Restaurant has a new owner that has ambitions, from my understanding, of developing that more than just a restaurant. We've got 2 private campgrounds that just recently got purchased for tens of millions of dollars by corporate investors. How are they going to get their money back? Are they going to keep this in affordable campgrounds? I don't think so. We've got houses being bought by LLCs that have other houses in California that have turned these houses into big event wedding venues, and the house itself into hotels. We've got real estate developers that are in the process of buying scenic conservation watershed property, and potentially trying to do a large commercial development there. My point is there's lots of threats. One of the biggest threats right now, in my opinion, is this conversion of campsites, what were historic campsites, into these expensive lodgings. You have a motel that's put 8 units into RV campgrounds, what the county considers RV campgrounds, and put them into septic, added electricity, charging $550 to $1,300 a night, but the county does not consider that a hotel room or lodging unit. I could go on and on more of that conversion of affordable places for people to come and stay in Big Sur that are getting pushed, to these extreme limits. And there's other examples of permitted rustic campgrounds charging $895 for a tent, even though they're like luxury resort hotels. So it's a big issue, in my opinion. We need to count those as rooms. We need to get a handle on that, because Big Sur is only going to be for the rich and famous. And we need to enforce, like this place I talked about that's converted into a wedding event center, without a coastal development permit. The county's aware of it. They have websites that states all their prices for their weddings, for their lodging, and the county has been made aware of it, and they continue to do nothing. So without enforcement, we're all here today. What is the purpose? We're here for nothing if there's no enforcement of this plan. And again, I thank you. Sorry for going over my 2 minutes.
Thank you. Folks, also remember that as these items come up individually, those comments will be appreciated at that time as well. Sir?
Hi, my name is Steve Beck. I'm a 50-year resident of Big Sur, member of the LUAC, and just in relation to that, I'd really like to thank county staff and Commissioner Deal and Daniels for all the work that went into this. The LUAC spent 4 years working out stuff, and I think the staff and the commissioners have appropriately simplified much of the work that we did, but carried the major themes that are important. Preservation of the Big Sur community, enhancing housing. But there's one thing the LUAC didn't do, and I think is missing from the draft plan. It's a kind of famous statement, I suppose, in the land use plan to preserve for posterity the incomparable beauty of the Big Sur country, and it goes on. So we've always focused on the critical viewshed, at times disallowing a house up in the mountains that you can see for a few seconds because there's just a little corner. I think that that's appropriate. I think the critical viewshed should be the critical viewshed. There are no exceptions. But the critical viewshed is all along the highway. It's what most people that visit Big Sur see. So we're protecting the public from seeing buildings and human things, But what we're not protecting the public from is the encroachment of pampas grass. It's bad on the north, but on the south, there are hundreds of acres where the only plant growing on hillsides is pampas grass. You know, it's an aesthetic thing because we're losing Big Sur, but it's also an ecological thing. The native plants of Big Sur have been in development for hundreds of thousands of years, and now they're being replaced by pampas grass. So just to keep it short, I just don't think there's enough in here. And saying we should do this or it would be nice is not enough. It's not enough. There have to be some things, particularly for Caltrans, that create shells about stopping the spread of pampas grass and restoring the native plants. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Beck. All right, let's go to hands up. The first one I recall was Carol Shadwell.
Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. Oh, she muted. We heard you for a moment.
Now do you hear me? Do you hear me?
Yes?
Oh, thank goodness. All right. I am Carol Shadwell. I have lived at Ripplewood Resort in the heart of the Big Sur Valley since 1957. I am the proprietor of Ripplewood Resort, and I am also the music teacher at Captain Cooper School. And I am deeply concerned about the degradation of aspects of Big Sur's natural character. As Tim commented, we have a noise problem that should be, but is not directly addressed in the updates. So with increasing regularity, the Big Sur area sounds like a downtown nightclub, a hotel ballroom, an events arena, rock festivals. And this is because commercial interests have discovered the profitability of open-air, loud and music events. Many Big Sur restaurants, resorts, campgrounds, state park concessionaires, private property owners, and even a library now promote themselves as venues for such enterprises, despite how they conflict with the Big Sur Coast land use plan. And I'm not discussing, I'm not talking about special events. So visitors and residents who are rightfully drawn to Big Sur for peace and nature are understandably distressed when their experience is marred by the likes of DJ playlists and rock concerts. Residences on ridges bemoan they hear everything. People in the state park are baffled why they hear DJ wedding reception music as they admire the redwoods. A campground rock music festival is heard by residents on Pfeiffer Ridge and hikers in Pfeiffer State Park. And these events for those rock and roll campground events are just feet away from redwood parklands and meadows. And locals lament they would like to enjoy the evening without listening to the library noise. And then even a commercially zoned property owner threatened to have his neighbors red tagged for structures that his drone spotted in a flyover if they continued to file complaints about his obscenely loud, unpermitted events. I'm almost finished. Is this the future of Big Sur? A wedding planner emphatically declared in defense of the booming DJ music and party lighting from her event, heard and seen at my resort and residence. Big Sur has changed. To effectively protect Big Sur's natural character in perpetuity, there has to be language to the effect that the natural character of the land, that includes darkness and sounds, must be protected. And if there is an event, special or otherwise, it needs to be confined to the venue and inaudible behind it. And there must be a means to enforce soundscape protections. And thank you for considering my concerns and suggestions.
Thank you, Ms. Shadwell. Mr. Walters.
Good afternoon. Good morning. Thank you for taking my comments. I'm Jim Walters. I'm 82 years old, and I've been in and around Big Sur since the 60s. I wasn't able to purchase property there until 1986, and sort of followed the land use plan as it was being written, and bought a property right after that, 40 acres on Big Sur. The biggest change that I notice in Big Sur since then, and reading the narrative in the land use plan that was put together then, was probably good enough to ward off most of the awful things that happened. But it's a very different world today, and mostly there's economic pressure to exploit Big Sur through commercial development. And I think if you look at the narrative that's come out this time, which retained most of the older language, that's wonderful that you did that. But I think today, the details, like the old cliche, there's so much devil in the details. And so we need to be very much more specific than used to be about what it should be and what it shouldn't be and how to do that. And then the other devil is in enforcement. And as Marcus said a minute ago, if we don't enforce it, then it's nothing. Without enforcement, the land use plan will just be aspirational and toothless. And if we don't have enforcement in there, meaningful enforcement, it'll be lost to commercialization in a few years. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Walters. Mr. Andrew Hall.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, thank you to all that have been working diligently on this update. I have a few quick comments to add. I grew up in Big Sur, and I've definitely seen it change over the many years. But I have some more precise comments just on the plan itself to help guide the process. First up, coastal access. The current update ignores the California Coastal Commission's request to focus first on fuel and fire updates, as that's the highest need in the region at the moment. If you look at the comment sent by Mike Watson on April 20th, 2021, that was his main kind of request of the commission. Second, coastal access. If we are going to do an update, I do think there's a lot of things that need to be addressed, and I think the plan's done a great job of addressing many of those issues. One thing I will say is that coastal access, I think that STRs do provide a place for access for a lot of local visitors, and that they can live in harmony with, while providing residential neighborhood characteristics and employee housing. Big Sur is an extremely expensive location to live and work. I think a lot of these large hotels and resorts should be required to provide housing to employees, so that way they don't have to be using Highway 1 for commutes. This is one of the main goals of this update as well, is to look at that use of Highway 1 and maintain that for visitors and for residents. STRs, if permitted appropriately, do not create more traffic, as they're only occupied almost 50% of the time. And most people that come to STRs are there for relaxation, and they maybe take one trip every day or two, versus anyone that's living and working in the area, they're taking multiple trips during peak travel times. Lastly, I think that bicycles should be bicycle lanes should be included in any visitation update. Right now, the highway does not have that. And lastly, I think, or second to last, ecological uses. Cannabis has a big impact on water use within these watersheds. And while it's praised in this local update, I think the impact should also be addressed. I guess one more point is that my mother is handicapped, and the median household income is $54,000 in Big Sur. If you take away being able to rent out a cabin. Many people have to sell their homes, and you will lose the residential characteristics as second home property owners come in buying up property. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. Mr. David Smiley. Mr. Smiley, you're muted. Oh. There's no mic. All right, we'll move on to Tallbrook.
Yes, hi. First off, as everyone has, I want to thank everyone for their great work on this, and that, you know, board, the planning staff, and everyone. But I do have a couple things. You know, what's most interesting about this is listening, hearing what others have to say in the community, because I live in the very far South Coast, and the problems I hear that occur in the North Coast, noise and commercial uses, simply are not here. And one of the bases is for the rationale for the proposed banning of short-term rentals in Big Sur was they generate 1.5 trips per day, which certainly isn't true, because the one short-term rental I'm familiar with, people come to stay for 3 to 5 days, and they may take one trip because it's an hour at least to a grocery store or anything. You know, they simply want to enjoy the privacy and peace that they have. And it's a great experience for anyone from the other cities and counties in California. And the other thing that concerned me was I noticed that if short-term rentals are to be banned, the proposal for allowing them to continue would be creating them as bed and breakfast inns. That's a complete contradiction to everyone's interest in no further commercialization of Big Sur. Not only that, but the way it's structured seemed, to my mind at least, to be unfeasible to even do that in terms of the efforts they have to make to become that. And the other thing that was interesting was I heard mentioned the difficulties with, you know, loud music and even weddings in northern Big Sur. That's never been my experience. Weddings tend to be quiet. And the main thing I want to say is on that is I think weddings should be excluded from the proposal to have events get coastal development permits. That seems kind of absurd and really harmful. So anyway, those are my comments. For what it's worth, I submitted a written comments as well, which are probably more detailed on this. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Christina McGinnis.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. I do have one question, and that is I'm speaking about the changes to the land use category. So should I wait with those until that topic comes up, or would it be best to just talk about them all now?
It's up to you. You do have a 2-minute time limit. So if you have general comments now and then specific comments later.
Okay, if I could start the clock now, I guess. Okay. So I'm providing input today on behalf of Keep Big Sur Wild. I want to thank the ad hoc committee for all the hard work, focusing my comments today on the land use categories and the changes that are being proposed to them. I just want to say I have a master's degree in urban and regional planning. I've been a land use planner for over 34 years, and I have taught environmental planning at the University of California, Santa Barbara. Excuse me. We're deeply concerned that the proposed changes, which are numerous to each of the land use categories, imply increased development, much of it potentially that would be in the critical viewshed. Many of the proposed changes would allow for increased density housing and or employee housing, the addition of inns and RV campsites and single-family residences in some land use categories that previously did not have them, and the undefined phraseology of infrastructure for community services in various categories. These changes are alarming. Many of the new red word additions that have been made have tremendous implications for land use. It just appears that the intent hasn't been carried forward in the draft plan to protect Big Sur, because the numerous allowances for additional development in these land use categories and the lack of numeric limitations on visitor serving units, all of those things we still have yet to see the details on for allowed density, the maps, the locations of increased build out areas, and other key details in this draft plan. We request that in order to provide meaningful responses, all of these categories must be mapped in detail in their respective intensity and build out clearly described, particularly as it relates to the critical view shed. Just one very important is the definition of RV campsite versus a rustic campsite. I have other details that we've submitted in our letter, but my time is up. So thank you very much. And we will continue to work with you on iterations of the plan as they are put forth. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McGinnis. Mr. Richard Matthews. Mr. Matthews? Okay, we will move on to Mike Linder.
Good morning. This is Mike Linder, a land use consultant in Big Sur and community member. I want to thank the ad hoc for their work. It's obviously a very big undertaking and a long time coming. And to Martha's question in terms of the overall direction, I think that the big picture is great and you guys are heading in the right direction. And I'm really enthusiastic about where this is heading. In the interest of time, though, I want to focus on just one point. It appears in the letter I submitted as a comment. It is 5.4.3.C.7.A. And essentially, it says that if you have shared access, you need permission from all other owners who have that same access. And I'm highlighting this because I think it could be extremely problematic. With existing easements over properties, the rules are already set about what people can do with their access, and this could threaten existing property rights and essentially gives neighbors veto power over development proposals in a way that is contrary to existing rights. So to show you how problematic this rule could be, let's just take a tour through the Big Sur Valley headed south from Malera. You know, the first commercial property you come to is on your left. There's a lot below the Captain Cooper School, and they share a common access. So with this rule, now Captain Cooper could veto any development that happens on that lot, whether it's staff housing or anything else that happens there. There's also an RCC lot at the base of Clear Ridge. And so now if that person wanted to develop their lot, they have to get permission from everyone who lives up on Clear Ridge. And that would be a monumental undertaking. And just to rip down a list of all the different properties, River Inn and the Village share access, the new Blaze Yard and Apple Pie Road share access, Big Sur Campground, the Health Center and All Saints Church share an access, Bats property in Glen Oaks share access, Post Office and the Deli, Loma Vista Graham, Ventana shares access with the entirety of Coast Ridge Road. Post Ranch technically shares access with the Sullivan property. Deachins shares access with the residential property above. And even Treebones shares access with some residential properties. So those are just the ones I'm aware of. Just quickly, I think this rule was designed to protect residential areas from commercial development, which is a great goal, but I think it's drawn so broadly it's going to cause a host of thorny legal problems, and we need to revisit it. In an earlier vision of the land use plan, John Dugan wrote a note on this that said, hey, the private road ordinance applies here. And my understanding is the county has struggled giving permits where there's private access issues, and what they do is they defer to existing property rights. They make you prove that you have access, and they notify the neighbors. But the county doesn't try to change the balance of existing rights because they know that will be problematic. So I think that's all the time I have, and thank you for considering this issue.
Thank you, Mr. Linder. right, next is Mr. Richard Matthews. Richard Matthews? I think it was David Smiley. All right, we'll move on to Janet Hardesty. Janet Hardesty? Richard Matthews? Ryan Lusinger?
Good morning. Thank you for taking my comments. Would like to say a word of thanks in particular to Commissioners Deal and Commissioner Daniels for leading work on this really important project. There's a number of things that I could speak to, but I'll keep my comments focused specifically on praise for the work that's been done around the category that's noted as the need to preserve and enhance the Big Sur community in neighborhoods by increasing the stock of affordable housing, the additional language regarding employee housing, easier processes for ADUs, and especially the clarity around short-term rentals being prohibited, rentals at less than 30 days being prohibited, I think are all very strong and much needed enhancements to the plan. So I thank you all for your work in that area. That's all I have.
Thank you very much. All right, once more, Richard Matthews. Janet Hardesty. He took his hand down. All right, then let's move on. Oh, is there more public comment? Okay, thank you. Start the timer over, please. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Patrick Orozco. I have lived in Big Sur for about a decade. My kids were born there, got married there. I own a business there that's about to open this spring. We closed for COVID and are just getting reopened. All of my employees live in Big Sur. It has taken me years to procure housing for those employees. And the primary point I wanted to make for you today is that it is a misnomer that additional employee housing is a profit center. I lose money on every unit I rent to my employees in order to keep that housing affordable. I am essentially able to support a higher higher lease rate and make that housing available to those employees as a cost of my doing business. And so I'm just here to say that the best solution for housing is every solution. Most employee housing in Big Sur is presently afforded by private residents that have extra housing. Much of that housing was built kind of whenever and kind of on whatever terms were available at that time. I think that this LUP update offers the county a snapshot in time when you can essentially validate those existing resources and eliminate the disincentive for private property owners to essentially cooperate with businesses in renting out parcels and houses and ADUs and yurts and airstreams and barns. That's where the community presently lives. And as to the resources that are in limited supply in Big Sur, housing is number one. The workforce in Big Sur is the community. So if you're looking to support the community, I would encourage you to focus on any viable solution for additional housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Did all the hands come down? No. Mr. Smiley, your hand's back up. The hand went back up. The mic is on, but we cannot hear you. Mr. Richard Matthews? Janet Hardesty? Mike Kaplan?
Sorry, I can't make this happen.
Yes, Mr. Smiley, we hear you. Welcome.
You hear me? Imagine that. This machine doesn't cooperate very well. I've been on the Land Use Advisory Committee for Big Sur since 2013 in January, when we started reviewing this land use plan update. And Mary Trotter was the leader of the group at that time, the presiding officer. And she said, you know, I've been doing this since 2001. I hope to be alive when we finish this plan. And sadly, Mary passed away last month. So I want to say to the ad hoc committee, you have embraced almost all of what we suggested needed to occur. And I appreciate your doing that. And I will reserve comments about specific issues to a later time. And thank you very much for your work.
Thank you, Mr. Smiley. Janet Hardesty? Soren Starkey? Soren Starkey?
Madam Chair, for those that might be having difficulty with internet, are we still accepting public comments via email if they are?
Yes, definitely.
Okay, maybe we should reiterate
Commission-
that address, and just in case that's what's happening.
Ms. Beretti, can you remind everyone about the email?
For individuals who may be having challenges speaking through Zoom or otherwise making your public comments, we will be monitoring the county's PC hearing comments email address, which I will give you right now, and I'm confirming I have the correct one. Thank you. So the email that you will want to submit your email written comments to is PC Hearing Comments, so that's PCHEARINGCOMMENTS at co.monterey.ca.us. That email address is also included in the meeting agenda. If you had trouble capturing that, you can refer to the meeting agenda as well, and we will be monitoring that email inbox. Thank you.
People can also call in. They might have a landline that might be a little bit more.
Yeah, another option, you can do call-ins to Zoom. And if you do a call-in, then just a reminder that you'll want to, this is also in your agenda, but to call in and participate by phone, I'm going to give one of the phone numbers. It's 1-669-900-6833. When prompted, you'll want to enter the meeting ID number 989278227741. And if it asks for your participant ID, you can just hit pound and it'll bring you into the meeting.
And in case you missed those numbers, this information is on page 1 of the agenda near the top. Janet Hardesty, your hand is up, I'm hoping. to hear from you. If someone were calling in, it shows at the bottom, correct? And you don't see, you won't, I don't see the full screen, so there's no hand up or people trying to get through from calling in, right?
And if you are on phone, you can raise your hand by pressing *9.
But then we don't hear them. Okay. All right, we'll keep monitoring, and if we have people calling in and your hand goes up, and even if you call in and we see that number pop in, we'll just check with you anyway. Okay, Janet Hardesty took her hand down. Carol Shadwell, your hand is up again.
I'm not to make comments, but I think maybe some of the beginners on Zoom need to understand the unmute button in the lower left-hand corner. That might be the issue. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol, thank you. All right. Janet's hand up is the only one left, and we'll move on. And if we get her, we'll get her.
I have my hand up, I see on my computer. My Kaplan.
I had not seen you. I couldn't see that one, but go ahead. Thank you.
Yes. So I'm not going to take time to go over my comment letter, which is 13 pages long, and I'm going to rely on that for my comments today. But I heard Commissioner Deal mention that the ad hoc committee received advice or information from planning staff and from county council on various issues. And I'm wondering if there's a way for us, the general public, to get copies of what they may have, advice the ad hoc committee may have received on the issue of environmentally sensitive habitat, interference with the ability for people to prepare for wildfires. So I will, if there's a way for the commissioners to answer that, that would be great. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kaplan. Commissioner Deal?
I would defer to Ms. Donlin, but just to say that council's advice is generally council's advice for the county, and we are mulling it over. So with respect to the items that are included in your letter, I'll let council address those directly, but council participated in our discussions, and those discussions are not something that we have recorded or can share with anybody because they're Zoom meetings for 2 hours, 65 times since we started. So I'll let Ms. Donlin respond to the status of our request to take another look at the items that you've brought forward again in your letter.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Deal. Mr. Kaplan, as I'm sure you're aware, any advice given by the county counsel's office is protected by attorney-client privilege, so that information can't be turned over. Wendy Stremling, who retired a few years back, was the main person who gave advice on this issue, and I've been looking through her advice and looking into this issue, and I think we will take your letter into consideration and continue to consider this item, and we can discuss more in detail at the next workshop.
Thank you. And thank you, Commissioner Deal and Commissioner Daniels, for your, I didn't realize you had 60 meetings or so of 2-hour meetings addressing our coastal plan. Thank you for your efforts.
Thank you, Mr. Kaplan. All right, we have 2 hands up still. Soaring Starkey, are you with us? You are unmuted. We cannot hear you. Janet Hardesty, oh, your hand went down. All right. We're going to move on. Commissioners, are you feeling like we'll take a 15-minute break? Okay.
If I may, I want to be clear because some folks were told this would be a 2-hour hearing or workshop. That was not the right word, workshop. But if we take a 15-minute break, will we return and be able to go through the presentation that staff had prepared for today and all the items still?
Yeah.
Yes?
If I may address that. So staff's formal presentation is concluded. The intention was to hold a hearing for up to 2 hours today, recognizing that we're going to take that input with the ad hoc committee. We're going to return with an additional workshop. The intention, which we just concluded, was to receive general commission and public input on the plan. And then next, we were intending to open up input on those 6 key policy areas so that individuals who wanted to give more specific policy area input could happen.
And that will be today. That's just my question, that we're going to come back after a 15-minute break if we take that now and go through those key individual areas?
As far as we can get today in the 2-hour time allotted.
Okay. If I may, I'm so sorry. It's 10:30 now, and I just want to make sure we have time that we get to do that. People have driven a long way to get here. So if we take a 15-minute break, and I don't want us to come back and only allot 15 minutes. I want us to give as much time as we can.
So we'll review the time in which this item began.
Okay.
A 15-minute recess is not a part of the 2-hour workshop. That's just to give folks a recess. So we'll ensure that we have up to that full 2 hours for the community members to provide that input and discuss specific topics.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Commissioner Daniels, for bringing that up. All right, everyone, meeting adjourned for 15 minutes. Roll call, please.
Hi, thank you. Everyone can take their seat. So we'll do a quick roll call. Commissioner Shaw? Here. Commissioner Getzelman?
Here.
Commissioner Work?
Here.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
Here.
Commissioner Gomez?
Here.
Commissioner Mendoza?
Here.
Commissioner Deal?
Here.
Commissioner Roberts?
Here.
Commissioner Monsalve?
Here.
Commissioner Daniels?
Here.
Let the record reflect that all commissioners are present.
Thank you. All right.
Madam Chair,
Yeah, Commissioner Deal.
question, are we finished with public comment on the general item?
We are finished with public comment on the general item.
Because did we hear from any commissioners as after that on the general items?
After, no, we have not.
I'm just hoping that we don't forget to.
To check in with the commissioners? Commissioners checking in with you. Commissioner Roberts.
I have just one thing in general. I started reading this document and got really into the weeds of it. And I will apologize first by saying that I initially was looking at this at a very detailed level, and then got about a quarter of the way in and thought, this is too much. So this is a general comment, kind of on the opening part of the document, and there was a section added for the Big Sur community under section 2.2, which is an important addition to this document. But hearing the discussion about what Commissioner Daniels and Deal suggested kind of their overall goal was in terms of limiting the red except where necessary, the paragraphs added about the Big Sur community, while important, seemed almost to give more importance to the community than the natural resources and the scenic resources. So again, reading this from a very, just kind of editorial way, the first time I was reading it, I read that and I thought, wait a minute, this doesn't kind of flow the same way that the rest of these descriptions flow. And so there's some really important information about the Big Sur community that I think should be included. If it was the first paragraph and then the last sentence of the last paragraph, I think that captures the intent, or something similar. That was just what I was looking at. And so again, just in that very broad, from the general standpoint, maybe if there was an intent to make it so strong in the language, then I'm obviously completely open to hearing that. But that's kind of stuck out to me just in my first read. And I know we're going to get to it, but just some of the, I guess as a mostly lifelong member of Monterey County, but also having worked on the Yosemite Valley Plan in my time away from Monterey County for about 10 years, it's a very similar process. It's one of those that everybody uses Big Sur in a different way, and the way that they use Big Sur is the most important way to them. And so how do you balance all of those competing interests? And which was also the case for Yosemite Valley. And so in reading specifically about the balance of the highway and how, I don't think I have it written down, but that there's no new development that will impact the capacity of the highway, I think, but then also that we need, now I don't remember the specific language, but that we need more accommodations to accommodate the community and the residents. And that balance to me, just on the very first initial read, left, as I'm sure that everyone who's worked on this knows, so much, still to be considered and could be interpreted in a million different ways. And so I look forward to those discussions as we go. Like I said, that's just getting through a quarter of the document, not getting through all the details. But that, just reading the opening parts of it was an issue that I look forward to hearing discussion about how that will be balanced and considered.
Thank you, Commissioner Roberts. Commissioner Gomez.
I just wanted to thank Commissioner Deal and Commissioner Daniels for their work along with the committee members on bringing this plan forward. I know this is a beginning step, and I know that committee members will get an opportunity and to continue to submit comments after this meeting as this plan is developed. Generally speaking, I thought that it was a pretty well written plan. I like the clarifications that were added, but there is some significant policy changes in terms of short-term rentals in that area. And I think that there's a conversation goes back and forth between transient occupancy and short-term rentals. I think with just clarification, I'm assuming that means the same thing, right? I think I think we should just say that exactly what it means. There's also there's a mention of transfer development credits. I want to know how it's been used in the past in Big Sur, if at all. And then there's a general ban on any development in the floodplain, which which I guess is consistent with what's been done there in the past, but it's very different from what we do in the Pajaro Valley and along the Pajaro River levee. So just wanted to point out those differences that I've seen, but I appreciate all the work that's been put into it.
Thank you, Commissioner Gomez. All right, back to.
So I think staff would like to just, as we go through the key topic areas now, staff has one slide for each, and we'll just kind of remind the commission and the public on this particular topic for discussion purposes. So if we're ready for that, we'll hand it over to Mr. Price.
Chair, did you want us to respond to Commissioner Gomez's question about transfer development credits?
Yes, thank you.
I'll try and keep it simple and brief, as simple as possible. It's fairly complicated. But recognizing that no development can occur on certain pieces of property, especially in the critical viewshed, and balancing that with the ability to have some economic use of your property. The idea of transfer development credits allows the persons whose property would not be buildable under the plan to essentially develop a credit of a housing unit that can be sold to a receiver site. And that receiver site could then have an increased density where a house could be built on a property that's not deemed unbuildable in the plan. We have used it. It's not that frequent. And it is a concept that was established in the original Big Sur Land Use Plan.
Commissioner Deal.
Yeah, to add to what Mr. Spencer said, the TDC program is unique to Big Sur and specifically designed, as I understand it from the original document, to address the loss of development rights being a taking on somebody's property because they can't build in the viewshed. So it was a legal way to provide some use, as Craig said, but it's also, otherwise we couldn't have that stringent of a protection on the viewshed. So that's why it's specific to this area, and I believe, if I'm not mistaken, it's 2-4-1. So if you aren't able to build on your property because of the critical viewshed specifically, then you would have the opportunity for 2 credits that could then be transferred to kind of provide some amount of compensation for sacrificing your rights for us all.
Thank you, Commissioner Deal. Thank you, Mr. Spencer. Ms. Beretti? Okay, all yours, Mr. Price.
If we could please share my screen. Thank you. Staff will now move through each topic area and ask for commissioner and public questions and comments and input related to the key topic areas. Staff would now like to receive comments, questions, and input related to Highway 1 capacity. Staff would like to remind the commissioners and the public of the overarching framework for the updates, which are also included on this slide. In addition, staff would just like to flag for us language where the ad hoc committee could see if the higher level framework is accurate and on the correct track. Staff would like to encourage comments in that direction. So thank you.
Commissioners? Commissioner Deal?
Thank you. When we were going back to look at things, we were informed by the studies that went into creating the original land use plan, commencing with the highway and traffic studies around 1977, which predated the development of the plan by quite some time, but which provide the framework for considering development limitations that would allow the highway to continue to function. And so we looked at those for their data, but also for their philosophy. And I believe that the 1977 study is now on the county website somewhere for anyone who is interested to consult. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Deal. Any other commissioner comments?
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Roberts.
We heard testimony that that maybe that 1977 survey is the only data that we have on Highway 1. Is that true?
We are aware of existing Caltrans data as well, traffic count data from Caltrans. We have heard that that data is not necessarily particularly accurate, as it is an annual count and it's not necessarily conducted in similar means.
Commissioner Deal.
Even more than that, we do not have the kind of studies that we received in advance of creating the land use plan. That is exactly correct. The information that's available about the county now is only available through either private traffic reports related to development or Caltrans's traffic counts. Caltrans does biennial counts sometimes, and in some locations, they're not consistent, or they don't provide you with anything more than a week at that time. Where they don't do those, they then interpolate the numbers and put them back in the chart, so you can't tell whether it's their interpolation or it's an actual count of where the count was, how it related to the other count. And those are the issues that we've been struggling with all along. We would hugely appreciate actual traffic counts for 24/7, so we could look at traffic movements, traffic densities, the kinds of peak loads, because the issues we have are related to peak use, not average use. And I think the average term is really misleading. And so we do lack that information. We would like to get that information. We haven't figured out how to get that information.
Commissioner Roberts.
Then to follow up on that, when this goes to an environmental document, will that happen at that time? Or, because I know the Moss Landing Community Plan has had traffic counts and studies related to, I think, the environmental document. I guess I'd look to staff and hope that there's.
The Moss Landing Community Plan update actually included a number of specific projects in addition to the community plan update. Community plans or updates to land use plans, LUPs. CEQA allows for a determination that the Coastal Commission certification of those under the Coastal Act is a functional equivalent of an environmental document. So we haven't made a CEQA determination on the Big Sur Land Use Plan update yet. If the county were to pursue getting some kind of traffic counts, it would likely require some contracts with consultant services and seeking of funding sources to do that. We don't have that in place right now.
Commissioner Roberts.
Just to follow up on that, again, using the Yosemite experience at the time, we were able to work with the University of California, their Transportation Institute, who had a graduate student work and came up and did turning movements, came up and did location studies. People spent 2 hours from here to here, or they spent 8 hours here or 15 minutes here or whatever. And it was really, really, really valuable information. And again, to me, Big Sur and Highway 1 is just so incredibly similar to that. Limited space with a lot of visitors, and it's been almost 20 years since I've been in Yosemite working there, and not a lot has changed because of the same issues that Big Sur is faced with. Everybody wants something different, and so I don't know how if that will produce any results that this community is looking for, but it will give information at a minimum. So it would be, that might be something worth looking into.
Thank you. Commissioner Daniels.
So just to bring the conversation up to a bit of a higher level in terms of the feet with which we're looking down on this, the studies, obviously, traffic studies are needed, enforcement is needed, all sorts of things are needed. But what we're trying to bring to the forefront of the conversation is something from the original plan, which is that land use decisions that are made in Big Sur weigh the impact on Highway 1 as part of the consideration. So when you have things like an unlimited number of rustic camping sites, truly rustic camping sites, the idea is that those are self-contained camping sites. Someone goes camping, they bring their food, they bring their cook stove, they bring their lawn chairs, and they sit in one place or they hike from that place, and they don't go onto the highway. Some hotels in the past have been approved that have meal accommodations on site that aren't promoting other people to come to that location for a meal. Instead, it was intended to serve the people who are staying in that hotel, they're eating in that hotel. So we're really having, in my opinion, the conversation around Highway 1 capacity was to bring that to the forefront and into consideration. Whether we know or not the actual numbers, we know it's an increase. We know it far exceeds what was identified in the 1986 plan as capacity, and we've taken that to a whole new level. So really, for my colleagues, what we're wanting to highlight in this part of the update is that highway capacity is a key factor in all the decisions that are made in this plan. And I'm guessing one of the big concerns of the LUAC is that development has occurred that has perhaps minimized that consideration, and we're now in a situation where we're very much over capacity on the highway. So again, also the conversation about housing, workforce housing, the conversation about the resource in the rural community centers. I mean, all of this conversation that we will be having in our minds, in our meetings, we were thinking about Highway 1 capacity and analyzing that in the decisions that we were making. So that's just hopefully a little bit helpful.
Thank you, Commissioner Daniels. Any other commissioner comments?
Just to step back,
Gomez.
we're talking about highway capacity and what, if any, control we have over the highway capacity, considering that Caltrans is primarily responsible for the maintenance of the highway, and whether or not, we use that in terms of a land use decision when we have no control over the actual development. In fact, and the other thing that's not really mentioned, I'm sure it affects the capacity too, is the climate change, right? Climate change is constantly affecting when that highway is open and when it's closed. Obviously, if you just study when it's closed, then probably have very little traffic. So, I guess going back to that, I'm not sure how those two issues interrelate.
Thank you, Commissioner Gomez. Commissioner Deal.
That is a very essential question. One of the things that we want to highlight, and I think that it is worth repeating over and over again, a lot of people gave up a lot for this plan. I mean, public-private interests were, the zoning was downgraded significantly. Development potential was slashed. All of this based on assumptions from the research that said, this is how much the highway can accommodate and still preserve the driving experience for the traveling public that is the goal of universal access insofar as we are able to do it. People gave stuff up. And so in terms of that, one of the things that came out of this plan was that it was going to state explicitly, and it does, and it is certified, that all of the people in Big Sur, public or private, are governed by the same set of rules and will comply with the same set of standards. That includes Caltrans. And there's particular language in the land use plan that describes the scope of Caltrans improvements that are consistent with preserving the general driving experience as it is in Big Sur. And in that context, the Coast Highway Management Plan was developed by Caltrans because of those unique challenges in order to provide them with a collaborative guidebook, an operation manual, if you will, for how they would be able to implement the local coastal plan in their operations in Big Sur under these unique restrictions. So the important part of that is that the things that people gave up, the development limitations, all the kinds of things that people can't do in Big Sur right now were based on calculations about highway capacity that were based on assumptions that we went back and looked at, and the first place where we start seeing what those are is in that 1977 plan that led up to the land use plan. So it is not, even looking forward, it's really important to say if and one party breaks out of this, whether it's the Coastal Commission saying you've got to build stairs to the beach, or if it's the highway saying we got to widen the highway for bike lanes, then we don't have that same parity where the people who gave up those possibilities, those values, those property rights are not getting the preservation that was promised by all parties coming back to the table. And that's part of the plan that we're really trying to preserve, is I call it the goose and gander clause, which says everybody follows the same rules. And where we are interacting with the federal government, which like Caltrans, we have no control over the federal government technically, we do have the agreement in the plan that insofar as it is possible, federal operators, federal entities will perform significant consistency analysis with the local coastal plan and attempt to do what they can to comply by it. I mean, obviously, there's national security, other kinds of reasons where they might not. But I really appreciate Commissioner Gomez that question, because it's so fundamental to what we're talking about with highway capacity. It's not just a number of cars, it's how do we plan to keep the development at a minimum given our limited ability to affect it. There's been a lot of talk about making Big Sur only accessible over a toll road, putting a gate on Highway 1 and only letting the right number of people in. And certainly we've heard that for many years. And it's a great example of why we can't do that, because there are no other routes. In order to put in a toll road, the law says you have to provide other non-toll routes. We can't do that in Highway 1. So some of the tools that many people have are just simply not available. It's private and public. It's not like Yosemite in that respect, although some of Yosemite has private inholders. But that's what I'm trying to get at, and I apologize for saying so much, but it's so important to understanding that it only takes one built structure to completely alter the character of a visual landscape for everybody. And that's why we're really pushing understanding and promoting the understanding of that everybody is covered by the same rules philosophy, because Commissioner Gomez points out that's not the usual way. And I will also point out that Caltrans's newer members don't seem to have that same understanding that the folks who participated in the building of this plan and the Coast Highway Management Plan had, that is the goal, is for them to be partners in preserving this uniquely, and they're going to have to step out of their normal environment to do that. And it says that here. And that's not stuff we added, that's stuff that's already there.
Thank you, Commissioner Deal. Any other, Commissioner Gonzalez?
Yes, I think a key question from what I see there, it talks about the visiting public, but at the same time, I think there's a large population that goes and comes back in terms of the working individuals. And I don't necessarily think it's just the visiting public, but a lot of the people that go from the Salinas area, from Highway 68 and Highway 1, you have, haven't gone in about 6 months, but when I have gone down to Monterey, there's just a huge amount of traffic, and I'm not sure if that should be one of the achy questions that deals, and part of it has to deal with housing, that you don't have the issue of affordable housing, and how do you blend those with the issues of the working public, because we have a lot of those individuals that go through Highway 1 and 68. So that is one of the big questions. And I did have a question, or thank you, Commissioner Gomez. I was thinking along the same lines in terms of climate change. I believe Mr. Mark Del Piero, I'm not sure if it was a year ago or so, when there was a discussion in terms of Highway 1 and the issue of the rising oceans. And so we wouldn't know what, and I think there might have been some studies, but in terms of what would happen if the oceans do rise, and they seem to be rising. And so that would impact Highway 1, and I'm not sure that eventually, maybe for discussion, would be, does the state or federal government have any kind of plans as to like what would happen if the ocean rises in now 20, 30, 40, 50 years down the road, and thus eliminate, Highway 1. Anyways, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Gonzalez and Commissioner Daniels.
Just one more point is that comment triggered for me was thinking about Highway 1 capacity as we tried to in everything we thought about. So whether we're talking about housing and the development of workforce housing or more opportunities for folks who would otherwise be on the road commuting long distances, even when we think about vacation rentals, thinking about whether or not there are more individuals going to and from a home to care for it in between guests. I mean, these are all things that we're thinking about in terms of Highway 1 capacity. And I just I'm looking forward to the public comment and want to know what folks think. But this is a thread that goes throughout, I think, everything that we look at in this plan in terms of development.
Thank you, Commissioner Daniels. Any other commissioner comments? Okay. We'll go to public comment. Any public comments in the room, please? 2-minute time limit.
Thank you. Marcus Foster, Big Sur LUAC member and co-founder of Keep Big Sur Wild. I think everybody who's driven down to Big Sur on a weekend, especially in the summertime, has seen the congestion and the problems that have arisen. A lot of it, I think, is little bit veering away from the visual access, which is really one of the main objectives of the plan, and getting into more of the physical access. Now, you always use Sobrani's Point at Garrapatta State Park as a perfect example of really a major public safety issue with probably the most accidents along the whole entire highway. And I just want to look forward to when we get this plan to the supervisors, at the point when it gets certified and gets to the Coastal Commission, I do want our county, our planning commission and supervisors to really emphasize, because to the Coastal Commission, because they're a completely different agency than they were in 1986 when they certified this plan. They're all about physical access now, where I think, back in the day, it seemed like they were all about protecting overdevelopment along the coast. But I think you're going to get a lot of pushback on the visual access and the physical access and the problems that arises. And I think sometimes the Coastal Commission overlooks this. Just the limitations that we have in Big Sur with a 2-lane highway, very limited shoulder parking. And I think you can go to the Coastal Act, and it does refer to public safety. So I think you're going to really need to emphasize to the Coastal Commission that physical access, which is a great aspect of the Coastal Commission, but it doesn't always work in Big Sur because of the limitations of the geography and the highway and the parking. So I just want you to really know that I know you're going to get pushback from the Coastal Commission on trying to keep the visual access as a priority. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments in the room? Please. Thank you, sir.
Steve Beck. Capacity is more than just the number of cars. And Highway 1 is not consistent in its width down the coast. For example, from about mile 31 to 36 from around Hot Springs to Julia Pfeiffer Burn State Park. There's a, wow, I don't know, 4 or 5 foot shoulder. And because of Esalen Institute in the park, that shoulder gets used a lot. On the other hand, I think of from El Paso to Sobranes. It's the heaviest traffic on the coast. There are a lot of people that drive down from the peninsula, go to Sobranes or a little bit further and turn around, and they've seen the Big Sur coast. The shoulders from El Paso to Sobranes are about the smallest anywhere. The paved shoulder, what it says in the land use plan about a 2 to 4 foot shoulder for bicycles, mostly bicycles. And bicycles are also about capacity. If you've driven down the coast in the summer and there's some bicycles and blind curves and nobody can see, it slows up traffic. The other part of that is from El Paso to Sobranes would be a great place to have bikes on the highway. Just one more thing. In that area, there are a ton of pullouts. They're gravel pullouts and filled with cars all summer long in that area. Caltrans has repaved that area, I don't know how many times. Recently, they did about 30 miles. But where there are these pullouts that have been driven over and packed for 70 years, they didn't increase the paving. They could have just stretched the paving machine a foot or two and solved a problem. They didn't do it. So in specific areas, particularly El Paso to Sobranes, it would be great to have a 2 to 4 foot bike path. Sorry, one just last thing. I just think it's incredibly important that we get travel statistics. We're dealing with anecdotes about how many workers are driving on the road, and we really need good statistics. I mean, you're planning the coast in many ways based on that traffic. We just have anecdotes. We just have stories. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Beck.
Patrick Orozco again. I just wanted to append Steve's comments. I think that the traffic study, if you're going to do it, should start now, because there's a massive difference between the seasonal traffic at peak season and off-peak season. In my observation as a resident and business owner, the problem here is overuse during concentrated periods of time and overuse in concentrated periods on the road where people have nowhere to go, but they want to stop. There's no parking, there's no rules, there's no oversight, there's no any stewardship. And so people innocently show up there, they've heard about it, they've read about it, they've seen it on Instagram or whatever. And, you know, don't fault them for wanting to get out of their car and see what's going on, but there's just nowhere for them to go. So the solution lies as the traffic problem in focusing on those times of year and day, which are fairly easy to predict as a resident. You know when you can get to town in 30 minutes versus an hour, but visitors do not. And so the focus should be on a traffic study that spans winter through spring, through summer, through fall, or to get access to that data, which I suspect Caltrans has at least some of. But it is not always the case that that the Highway 1 is over capacity. There are times when I would drive to work and I won't see a single other car. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Christina McGinnis.
Again, Chair and Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to have some comments on other issues. So as other Keep Big Sur Wild members have stated, we support all the discussion about the need for traffic count data. We think it's really critical for understanding what we're dealing with here in terms of the highway capacity. And I just want to read a quote from the 1986 land use plans. 37 years ago, it said, at peak summer periods, Highway 1 is approaching maximum carrying capacity and some recreational facilities are overused. 37 years ago. I also note that the ad hoc's cover letter stated that any development that would increase highway trips should be discouraged. But we need that baseline. We really need to know what we're dealing with. I just want to also point out that the addition of commercial type facilities, there was, a kind of an obscure reference to like things like a hardware store. That kind of infrastructure is really urban infrastructure that would add more traffic trips to the highway. It's been historic, the country living thing in Big Sur means that you have your town day, you go into town, you get your provisions in town, and the land use plan actually references that as well. And that the cover letter says any development that would increase highway trips should be discouraged. So we really need this traffic count data in order to have a grounding for how we're assessing the increased potential development that is being put forth in this plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McGinnis. Ms. Susan Lane.
Hi, yes, thank you. I have a couple of comments. First of all, I have to say about the bike lanes between Mount Paso and Soberanes. Where are those people going to unload their bikes? Where are that I don't think that's a viable suggestion to just be able to launch bike lanes, in the middle of things. And certainly when bicycles first started, all of a sudden you saw this prevalence of bicycles on the highway, which I thought was complete insanity. And I talked to Caltrans about it. And they said, well, everybody wants us to build bike lanes, but there's no room. And, at that point, I knew the details of who controlled which portion of the highway and so on. And they cannot, it's not feasible for Highway 1 to have bike lanes. Nonetheless, someone in their infinite wisdom declared it a scenic bike route. So that is just a tragedy waiting to happen. But so I would object to that. I want to concur with Ms. Shadewell about the noise factor is huge. And I would say that years ago, I got married at my stepmother's house near Rocky Point, and we had such a great time that we decided we wanted to use her beautiful mansion for a wedding venue. And my father, despite the fact his heart wasn't in it, did apply for a permit with the Coastal Commission and was summarily refused. This would be about 1988, because it was obvious. You cannot take a residential parcel and just convert it to a commercial use in the coastal zone. But now the solution seems to be that people just do it because there's no enforcement. That is the problem. There is no enforcement of anything. And believe me, these illegal operators of short-term rentals, and I'm not talking about your mom and pop who's renting out a bedroom to make the mortgage or a little cabin on their property. It's a whole different thing. You have these commercial operators and they do not give a what about anything other than the dollar.
Thank you, Ms. Lane. Right now, we're covering traffic. Do you have any other comments to finish up regarding traffic? Okay, we'll move on then to Talbrook.
Yeah, hi. Commissioner Roberts raised the question. She asked for input on traffic originating from the owners of short-term rentals returning to prepare or manage them. The only short-term rental I am familiar with, the owners live on the site and would go to any lengths never to take a vehicle trip to town, avoid it at all costs. So that's input on that, and that's all I have to say on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Talbrook. Ryan Lusinger, your comments on traffic?
Hi again, Ryan Leitzinger, Big Sur resident. Was going to mention just the text that's about undesirable parking locations should be phased out under habitat or visual resource restoration programs, should be retired. When alternative safe facilities are in place, placement of boulders or other methods should be used to prevent inappropriate public access. I think that would be a very strong step forward for traffic safety issues. There's a list that's familiar to all of us residents. Bixby Bridge is at the top of that list, and I hope that the very specific advice in the land use plan updates will help guide us to a safer, better managed highway that address the clear and present danger that all of us deal with on a daily basis.
Madam Chair,
thank you.
could I ask the speaker to point out what policy?
Section,
yeah.
Mr. Lusinger, can you come back and let us know the section?
Sorry, I don't have the. Sure. So it's, I just have the text, not the section. If you look up, let's see, the first bit of text is undesirable parking locations identified pursuant to policy 4.1.3.A.3.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay. All right, moving on then to Patricia K. Ronland.
Hello, thank you. This is Patty Cronland. I'm the Executive Director of the Community Association of Big Sur. And I just wanted to say that CABS actually installed a traffic counter at the Malpaso Bridge area. It is fully operational as of last summer, but we have raw data as it stands right now. What I'd like to offer is that we would love to partner with the Planning Commission and possibly the county on actually looking at that data because it is 24/7. And the reason why CABS actually installed it was this whole was this challenge of actually understanding or getting true data of traffic. But also we do need to include bicycles. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cronland. Andrew Hall.
Hello. Yes, I just wanted to point out that quick Google search shows that Caltrans has traffic data for Highway 1 at 5 or 6 different locations along the Big Sur coast for multiple years, showing peak hour volume, as well as average daily for peak month, weekend, et cetera. So lots of data available online if you're trying to study traffic on that coast. I think you'll find that very useful. And then adding into my previous comment that, you know, STRs really don't add that much traffic or much less traffic than workers or folks living in the area, given they're usually checking out nearby locations for a hike or going out off peak times as well. And then lastly, I do think, bike lanes really do need to be included. And and working with Caltrans to make that happen where feasible. They've been doing a lot of bridge work and have not included any bike lanes on those bridges and spending, $8 to $10 million per bridge without adding that functionality, and seems kind of like a waste. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. Commissioners, back to you for any closing comments on this traffic subject. Commissioner Deal.
Thank you. I want to just draw the county, all of everyone's attention to the CABS initiative, which was done on their own dime and in face of all of the permitting requirements that are imposed upon them for putting a counter underneath the road, and say that that would be such a valuable source of information about not only the numbers, but the patterns of activity on Highway 1. If we can work with them to bring that forward, it would be really helpful. And I want to just respond really quickly to Mr. Hall's discussion of the traffic data online, of which we are entirely aware, with which we have engaged extensively, which is how I can say that much of it is not data, much of it is guesses that Caltrans has put in place based on standard interpolations between irregular counts conducted over different periods of time at different times of year in different places. So yes, there are many numbers, but when we delved into them, they didn't provide us with the kind of clarity we couldn't even figure out how to use them, basically, because they're so different from normal data collection. So I appreciate that information, and I want to also suggest that Mr. Hall might do well, might be interested in looking at the 1977 underlying document, because what's in there is the assumptions about traffic use for different activities. And those were the assumptions that were used for all of that downzoning. So whether or not they are correct, they are the assumptions that were used that made this all the way that it is. And we're trying to look at them objectively where they might not be correct and correct our policies if they make a difference. So whether or not people make more trips or fewer trips, we would really like to have some numbers. Numbers would be really nice, and we don't have them. We have a private organization that has come, community organization, to come forward with the opportunity to get some of those numbers. If there's any way that the county can expedite helping that data become useful, boy, it would be a real blessing. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Deal. Commissioner Daniels.
Yes, thank you, and thank you for that, Martha. I'll just give a different example than short-term rentals, since it produced a couple comments. When we're thinking about things like whether or not there should be a cap on accessory dwelling units, or whether we should be promoting and reintroducing the concept of caretaker units, all of these decisions were considered based on potential decreases in traffic on Highway 1, decreases in trips on Highway 1. So I just want to give a different example, because there are so many, of when we were considering things like caretaker units, granny units, accessory dwelling units, JADUs. It was all an attempt to create an opportunity to reduce the number of trips on Highway 1. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Daniels. Ms. Peretti?
Yeah, and if I may, just in response to that comment, which I really appreciate, but just for folks as a reminder, actually in this version of the plan updates, it does not include those caretaker and ADU edits. That will be coming separately sometime after the first of the year for compliance with state law. So what Commissioner Daniels is referring to is important work that's been done, but isn't presented before you today, but will be coming subsequently.
And my apologies, I can come up with another highway capacity example if you'd like, but we'll just leave it there. Thank you.
Commissioners, any other comments on the subject of traffic? Okay. Commissioner Roberts.
I have more of a question, and again, not having read the details completely of the plan. How is parking, or is parking addressed in this plan, and how is that related to these this traffic section?
Commissioner Deal.
We We looked at the existing plan language, and I think what Mr. Leitzinger is referencing is existing plan language around parking, which is focused in part on the impact of parking on the view. Because the experience we're looking for is not to drive down the road between lines of cars, but to drive down Highway 1 and have that unspoiled natural viewpoint. Those provisions are in the existing plan. There have been, and Point Lobos is a great example, there have been discussions between the county and the Coastal Commission about whether unengineered parking areas, and I refer to them as ad hoc parking areas, are required to be maintained for the public use or not when nobody's looked to see if they're safe or not. We didn't take that on in this plan. We attempted to just highlight the existing provisions and say, we're not supposed to be blocking the views with parking. Where we've got people who are parking on shoulders that they didn't ever park before because there's so many of them, we don't think they should be allowed to do that. But that's already in there. So what we did was not change that, but try to highlight why it's there. And it's not only safety, and I think Mr. Foster brought forward a lot of the reasons why the safety issues are episodically absolutely scary, but it's also that same old critical view shed public access thing. It's like, we're not here to look at lines of cars parked between you and the view. That's not the plan. So trying to figure out how to say, you have an attraction, you have a park, you have a bridge, you have something like that. People want to see it, they park there. Now we have to preserve that parking forever because it's public access. That will be an ongoing conversation with the Coastal Commission. But we did not, that I can recall, and anyone correct me if I'm wrong, take that issue on and propose changes because to a great extent, except for the larger numbers, the provisions are already in the plan.
Commissioner Roberts?
I appreciate that explanation. That's very helpful. And I guess I will just say, as a person who visited Big Sur as a day use visitor and an occasional overnight visitor, I went down there this weekend in anticipation of this meeting, and of course I got it on a glorious day where nobody's down there, and it felt wonderful. However, in those places that people pull out at the bridge and Soberanes Trail, they were pulled out, and I think there's cones right now at Bixby Bridge, and to me those cones are a worse visual sight than the cars parked there. And so I guess I don't know how to address this because I agree that parking isn't necessarily something that I'd want to see, but I think what exists, and I haven't purposely gone down in the summer in a while, I think not addressing parking, not formalizing where we would like people to park is a problem. That just because there isn't parking doesn't mean people aren't going to park. And so I guess maybe as a commissioner, and as a resident of the county, I would rather see a directed, here's where we'd like you to park. You can get out and, do whatever you're going to do at Bixby Bridge and then carry on. But I'm afraid that, as cars become more comfortable, as Instagram tells everybody where to go at what time of the day and whatever else, it's to not address that, to not acknowledge that that is going to happen and kind of put some parameters on what we'd like it to look like. We may be missing an opportunity, I guess.
Thank you, Commissioner Roberts. Commissioner Daniels?
Just to reiterate something Commissioner Deal said, and this two things, starting from the very beginning, the goal of these edits was to address the concerns with as minimal red as possible, because we want to see this be a successful plan that gets certified ultimately by the Coastal Commission. And so what you're asking for is actually already in the original. And I think in many iterations of the plan, when it was at the LUAC, there was a desire to say things as many times and repeat them as many times as possible to make sure that entities like the Coastal Commission would see it and perhaps accept it. But instead, we want the original plan to speak for itself. And the process that we went through with county staff, as I mentioned before, was extra special because we all read the original so many times. And so I think I just sort of caution my colleagues that if we want to say something just to reemphasize it, we're opening up the entire document for further changes, because I really feel like once you put a red line on a page, that's a red line that is a paragraph that's going to go to the Board of Supervisors and ultimately to the Coastal Commission. And we're really trying to avoid those extra red lines wherever possible and keep the original intact.
Commissioner Roberts.
Just to follow up on that discussion, I agree with that, and I completely respect that thought in this planning process. I think it's an important one, and I think it. I agree with. I just, my only concern is, I think you guys have also said that there's no sense in changing what isn't broken. And in my mind, this is a big broken piece of this highway. And so that's my thought on that.
Thank you, Commissioner Roberts. All right, we got through one of 6 sections. And there might be people here who had comments that they wanted to make regarding the other 5. Commissioners, do we ask these people for their comments even though we haven't gotten to those sections so that they won't have wasted the trip out before we break for lunch?
I think it makes sense. Yes, I think it makes sense to give them an opportunity to comment on each section before they head out.
Thank you, Commissioner Gomez. Commissioner Daniels?
So I think a couple things. I don't know what was next on the agenda, but we could try for one more item, or we could break for lunch. But if we break for lunch, I would like the opportunity to schedule the next meeting to get through the remaining items. We have good stuff to work with.
Part of our discussion before we break for lunch will be if we continue to a date certain or uncertain. But I wanted to see if there were people who had comments, who came to make a comment and are here today to make a comment, and maybe can't come back to that date certain or uncertain before we break for lunch, no later than 12:15. Commissioner Gonzalez?
Yeah, this planning meeting is to be about 2 hours, probably a little longer. But if that is the case, I do agree that we should allow those individuals that need to make a statement to make a statement. But if to increase the time maybe to 3 or potentially 4 minutes, so that they don't necessarily speak about each individual item, but if they have some information to share on 2 or 3 different pieces, maybe they can do it within that 3-minute time frame, so their time, 3 or 4 minute time frame, so that time that they took to be here, would be honored. That would be my suggestion.
Thank you, Commissioner Gonzalez. Any other commissioner comments? Commissioner Roberts?
I'm curious to have clarification on what staff's intent behind the 2-hour limit was.
Ms. Beretti?
Yeah, so we knew and discussed with the ad hoc committee coming into this that this is a very big topic. This is going to take multiple workshops. It wasn't going to get addressed in one day. And so the logic behind placing a 2-hour limit was to allow for substantial input, comment, direction, but also recognize that there's other business the commission has, and everything we hear we need to also digest and bring back. So it was always assumed that we would be continuing to have another workshop. And so putting a limit was based on that. I think just from staff's perspective, I think it would be appropriate if, and perhaps suggest to the commission, since we are coming up on the noon hour, we are at about 2 hours for the time that we have been formally convened for this topic workshop, that perhaps what the commission can consider is to open general public comment with the limited time as suggested for anyone who's here but hasn't yet gotten able to share, perhaps because those topics didn't come up, but then also to discuss and acknowledge that we are going to come back. And so to discuss how and when we would continue and return to reopen this workshop or continue it for those other key policy issues. So again, it will be a continuing conversation with the commission and the public.
Thank you, Ms. Beretti. Mr. Price, what was the subject of section 2?
The next subject was wildfire.
Okay, thank you. Are there any members of the public who have comments regarding the subject of wildfires?
Commissioner, if I may, or Chair, if I may, perhaps Mr. Price can just remind the commission and the public the 6 key topic areas that still remain to be discussed that we like.
5 remain, and I want to take one at a time. If you can show them all on the screen, but I'd like to take one at a time.
Madam Chair, while he's bringing that up, I personally would reserve any comments that I had about wildfire for the public, but I also don't want to not have that opportunity, as I'm sure the public feels the same. So in some ways, I'd like to have people, as suggested, just be able to speak on whatever they want to speak on today so that we can bring wildfire back when we have a time to have a meaningful discussion on it. Otherwise, we're going to start with wildfire, and we may hear the same things that, we've already heard.
All right, how much time would you like to give everybody who might have a comment on each of the remaining 5?
It's not my suggestion to limit people at this time. My suggestion would be that we're probably going to hear wildfire again the next time we meet.
We're going to hear all of them. We have to hear
Well, we've just
wildfire.
talked about traffic, so I don't think we're going to hear
Right,
traffic.
we have to hear the other 5 subjects.
Correct. And so we're likely to start with wildfire at this point. And if there's somebody here today who has something to say today that they don't think they can say in the future, then that's, and we're knowing that we're breaking at 12:15.
So yes, wildfire or no wildfire? Whatever they want. Back to my question. Anybody have any comments? No. Okay. Yes, Mr. Blum, thank you.
Members of the commission, Mark Blum. I'm appearing on behalf of El Sur Ranch. I'm not speaking to wildfire. I've submitted a letter, and I'll let it speak for itself. It goes to a different issue. It goes to mostly to water resource policy and agriculture. And I'll look forward to another workshop and another opportunity to address you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Blum. All right. No other members present have any comments to make on anything? Okay, Soaring Starkey. You unmuted, but we cannot hear you. Okay, now the hand's down. So no other comments from anyone. All right, well, we have a few minutes. Let's move on then to the next. Ms. Beretti.
So I think given that we have a few minutes, but in the spirit of the amount of time that the public and commission has taken to deliberate on each topic, I think staff would recommend that we consider at this point that we discuss the commission's desire to potentially continue to a date after the first year, possibly a date certain, to come back and continue this workshop. I would put out there that the January dates for the commission are fairly full at this point in time, but we do have a meeting scheduled with the ad hoc committee in January to kind of discuss. So with that, we leave it to the commission to discuss how you might want to handle continuation.
Thank you. Commissioner Deal?
I would like to support the continuation to a date certain if staff thinks that's possible, and of this workshop. so that we would start where we left off and continue down this workshop. Not to be confused with a subsequent workshop to come back with all the input digested. But so for this purpose, just to conclude this workshop now, continue it to, if possible, a date certain, and then understanding the process going forward will involve additional iterations.
And Commissioner Daniels.
And keeping in mind, if you are keeping it to 2 hours, then perhaps we could get in on one of those January meetings, or if not, February. And also keeping in mind that a lot of people prepared for today, so they should be even more prepared if we're coming back as soon as possible. And I just also want to encourage everybody who is still on to keep writing up those comments and keep submitting them, because it's so helpful.
Commissioner Gomez.
I just wanted to say that I concur with coming back with a date certain, but let's let staff work with us and figure out a date. Staff, if you could let us know what works, either February or March, whatever's feasible.
Ms. Baretti?
Yeah, so if I may, in looking at what we already have anticipated, the February 14th, the first meeting in February, actually looks to have a fair amount of room at this time. And if we were to schedule it at that time, we could very comfortably accommodate another 2-hour work session. And that would let us continue to have fairly full meetings for the January items. So we would recommend February 14th for continuation of this workshop.
Commissioner Deal?
Based on that, Madam Chair, I'd like to move that we continue this workshop to February 14th for another 2-hour work session. It would be agendized, showing the topics that we intend to start with.
Second the motion.
Thank you, Commissioner Deal. Thank you, Commissioner Gonzalez. Roll call vote.
Commissioner Shaw,
Yes.
Commissioner Getzelman,
Yes.
Commissioner Work,
Yes.
Commissioner Gonzalez,
Yes.
Commissioner Gomez,
Yes.
Commissioner Mendoza,
Yes.
Commissioner Deal,
Yes?
Commissioner Roberts,
Yes.
Commissioner Monsalve,
Yes?
Commissioner Daniels.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. All right, and with that, we will break for lunch. Back at 1:30. Welcome back, everyone. We will call the meeting back to order. Roll call, please.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Shaw. Here. Commissioner Getzelman.
Here.
Commissioner Work. Commissioner Gonzalez.
Here.
Commissioner Gomez. Commissioner Mendoza.
Absent.
Commissioner Dial.
Here.
Commissioner Roberts.
Here.
Commissioner Monsalve.
Here.
Commissioner Daniels.
Here.
Let the record reflect that all commissioners are present except Commissioners Gomez and Mendoza, who are absent for the afternoon session.
Chair Monsalve.
Commissioner Daniels?
I do need to leave by 3 o'clock.
Okay, thank you. All right, we will move on then to agenda item number 6, PLN 230079, S&E Creative LLC.
Good afternoon, Chair Bonsalve and Planning Commissioners. My name is Mary Israel, Project Planner for the S&E Creative LLC project, PLN 230079. The property is located at 8 San Clemente Trail in Carmel, situated on a 3.9-acre parcel in the Santa Lucia Preserve with a zoning designation of resource conservation and design and site overlays. The property is within the Greater Monterey Peninsula Area Plan. The recommended actions are shown on this slide. They include considering an addendum to the Santa Lucia Preserve Environmental Impact Report, which I'll say is EIR for the rest of this presentation, and approving a combined development permit consisting of administrative permit and design approval to allow construction of a 5,740 square foot, 2-story, single-family dwelling inclusive of attached garage with 815 square feet in roof decks, 1,450 square feet in landscape decks, a 950 square foot pool, 490 square feet of site walls and features, and up to 7,275 square feet of improved driveway, and also a use permit to allow removal of 21 protected trees, including 1 landmark tree. Shown here is an aerial view of the property. The project site, outlined in yellow, is located approximately 7 miles east of Highway 1 and 4 miles off Carmel Valley Road in the rural forested area of Carmel Valley, which is part of phases A through C, Rancho San Carlos subdivision, which is comprised of 254 lots. The subject lot is just inside the Robinson Canyon Road San Clemente Trail gate, as you can see on this aerial, and it is parcel number 87. Here's a closer aerial view so you can see the lay of the land. The subject parcel is second to the left, and 2 built-out lots are on the neighborhood. Each individual parcel contains dedicated homeland boundary or a building envelope. The remaining acreage outside the homeland boundary is dedicated with open space easement. So the slide now shows the approximate 1.4 acre homeland boundary for the subject parcel in red. The site plan shows the project is proposed within homeland boundary and in an area that does not contain slopes greater than 25%. The average slope in the development footprint is between 15 and 18%. Grading of approximately 1,185 cubic yards of cut and 675 cubic yards of fill is anticipated. The proposed site plan creates 17,580 square feet of impervious surfaces. The application included a draft grading plan and drainage plan, part of which is shown here. The blue lines indicate stormwater controls that encourage water to run off the driveway and percolate on-site. And the green lines are percolation trenches that also retain runoff from structures. Finally, the turquoise circle indicates the subdivision's utilities and sewer connections in a clustered area. So the plans utilized that clustering in the design of the driveway. There are many trees within the homeland area, including several landmark oaks, which influenced the site planning. A biological report was prepared for the project, which did not indicate listed species on the site, but recommended a bird nesting survey and avoidance of nesting periods for tree removals. The condition was added as one of 12 conditions of approval. Design review. These are 3D renderings from the application submittal. The first floor plan is built into the ground somewhat and includes the garage. The second floor is stacked onto the rear of the first floor and helps to present a smaller appearance from the road and the golf course across the street. Here are renderings of the structures as seen from the sides of the parcel that demonstrate the vertical development. Staff found siting and design to be compatible with the Santa Lucia Preserve subdivision and the Greater Monterey Area Plan, as well as Title 16 and Title 21. Slides 8 and 9 show the elevations of the proposed development. The top of this slide shows northeast elevation, which would be the view from the private road. The southwest elevation on the bottom of the slide is the rear from the rear of the lot. The view is from a densely wooded area. These are the northwest and southeast elevations. The structure's maximum height from average natural grade is below the 30-foot maximum height limit. The materials are Shosugi-Bon siding, which is a heat-treated wood, and fiber cement panel for body and concrete. There's steel windows and aluminum trim, and all colors are black, slate gray, and natural limestone, and tinted natural colored in the case of the concrete. The design is illustrated in this 3D rendering, consistent with the surrounding character of the neighborhood and meets all development standards. A report dated April 2023 by Rob Thompson, certified arborist, was submitted as part of the application. Thompson observed 56 trees growing within the driveway and the homeland boundary of this lot. 2 were unprotected Toyon and Madrone, and the remaining 54 were oaks, ranging from 6 inches to 52 inches diameter. The arborist found all but 1 were in poor or fair condition. The subject parcel was not indicated to have any tree removal at the time such impacts were analyzed. The forest management plan prepared for the EIR in 1994 for this phase estimated 0 tree removal for this site. Due to the dense forest conditions on the rear of the lot and the presence of several landmark trees on the front of the lot, development without tree removal is not feasible. And just for those who are only listening and not looking at the slides, this slide shows green dashes for a good 2/3 of the lot, representing treed areas, and has some bubbles with diameters written inside the bubbles for 7 landmark trees, mostly on the front of the lot. The project requires removal of 21 protected trees, 4 black oaks, one of which is a landmark tree, 9 coast live oaks, and 8 valley oaks. This slide indicates with blue stars the trees that are being removed that are normal-sized trees, and then the red star is the 1 landmark tree. It also illustrates that approximately half of the trees planned for removal are removed for the house, and the other half are for the driveway. Actually, I want to stay on that slide. HCD Planning requested redesign during project review to reduce impact to trees. Project resubmittals did not offer alternative site design, but rather included discussion and evidence of a previous redesign that was done for the Santa Lucia Preserve Design Review Board, which resulted in 13 fewer trees removed. In that resubmittal, it was explained that the development envelope was further constrained by the subdivision's covenants, conditions, and restrictions, or CC&Rs. So as you can see on this slide, there's a no-build zone that extends approximately 120 feet back from the front of the homeland boundary, and another no vertical zone approximately 30 feet further back. These were placed on the subject lot to protect the view shed from the golf course fairway across the street. After a site visit and application submittal completeness, staff went through an exercise of alternative layouts of the site improvements, and 2 alternative site plans that respected the no-build line only yielded roughly the same number of trees removed and required removal of 2 rather than the proposed design's 1 landmark tree. Although county does not enforce CC&Rs of a subdivision, staff found the proposed project could be supported as designed because alternative site designs had equivalent impacts. Therefore, tree and root protections and tree replacement are 2 of the 12 conditions of approval for the project. In the project-specific arborist report, Thompson considered a reduced planting regimen from those requirements that are set in the EIR, and also recommended the replanting be done with various sizes of saplings to best improve the forest composition on this parcel. Condition of approval number 6 describes replacement at a 3-to-1 ratio for regular trees and landmark tree at 5-to-1 ratio, following the conditions of approval with the subdivision rather than the arborist report, but does follow the arborist recommendation for various sapling sizes. Also, condition number 6 indicates replanting shall occur within the homeland boundary following the norm of tree replacement requirements on previously approved new dwelling permits in Santa Lucia Preserve phases A through C. Friday, the 8th of this month, the agent sent a comment letter to the commissioners requesting the conditions of approval not incorporate the project's arborist report and instead revert to the EIR for sampling size and also allow planting outside of the homeland boundary. Furthermore, the agent requested that off-site planting be allowed for the 65 replacement trees and related, he offered distant locations on the preserve. Nothing in the biological report indicated that the meadow area in the front of this parcel must be kept as it is because it was described as a disturbed area of non-native grasses. Replanting can occur in the meadow area, or given the small size of the homeland boundary, allowances could be made in this case for replanting outside of the homeland boundary area or maybe in the right-of-way on the road. This slide shows the part of the analysis of the project in which we look at the number of trees that the Santa Lucia Preserve subdivision allotted for removal in phases A through C, and how the greater tree removal on this lot could fit into that build-out. As you can see from this table, even though some lots have been approved with an addendum to the SLP EIR, there are still many more trees allotted for removal remaining, and only 42 of the remaining lots have tree removals anticipated. Based on substantial evidence, including the arborist report for the project, previous redesign, and staff analysis, the trees proposed for removal are the minimum required under the circumstances of this case and will not involve a risk of adverse environmental impacts. Therefore, the proposed tree removal is consistent with the regulations contained in section 2164-260. An addendum was prepared to address tree removal, since it proposes to remove more than the maximum allotted for the parcel, with conservation activities across the preserve combined with on-site replanting of trees anticipated to, at the set ratios, that is, the EIR determined that the impact of 1,480 trees removed in the subdivision would be reduced to less than significant level. The addendum concluded that the site-specific conditions and the scope of work proposed for the site, including proposed tree removal, are not substantial changes and therefore do not warrant the preparation of a subsequent environmental document. The Design Review Board supported the tree removal and the design of the structures. Staff would like to request some errata changes to the resolution. Errata edit on finding 6, CEQA, evidence F, states 45%, but as you can see from the previous slide, it is actually 63%. Same errata edit in the addendum. And pursuant to the requests of the agent representing the applicant, staff would propose errata edit to condition of approval number 6, strike out within the homeland boundaries and insert on-site. So these are the recommendations as stated. Consider the addendum to the SLP EIR, approve and combined development permit, including the administrative permit and design approval to allow construction of a 2-story single-family dwelling with attached garage and associated site improvements, including a pool, and approve a use permit to allow removal of 21 protected trees. Staff concludes the presentation is available for questions. That would be recommended with the errata changes on the previous slide. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Reel. Commissioners, any questions? Commissioner Deal?
Thank you. Would you just put up your wonderful tree count summary for me again?
Yes.
I say wonderful because we're so glad to see it. Thank you. So When we break down the tree removal for this project by whether it's for infrastructure or for the building, where does that appear? Because in the EIR, they're separate.
So the total plan removal is on the first line.
Right.
And then the amount of trees that were actually removed for subdivision infrastructures on the second line. So when that was done, because it was fewer than what had been originally anticipated, that upped the total residential allotment to 1,051 trees allowed under the overall planned removal.
So
specifically for all residences in phases A through C.
So to clarify, that means that for the infrastructure related to the residential development, it just counts as residential? In other words, the driveway being?
Sorry, subdivision infrastructure are like the roadways.
Correct. I'm
and
asking, in this particular project, we have trees that are removed for the building, trees that are removed for the driveway. Are the driveway ones counted as residential, or are they counted as infrastructure?
Residential.
Okay, so the whole thing, anything that happens on this parcel from here forward would be against the residential count?
Yes.
Thank you.
Any other commissioner questions? Commissioner Daniels?
I'm wondering if you could put the slide back up that had the dashes and the trees. Yes. So we've had this conversation before. I might be opening up a can of worms, but meadows play an important role too. Grazing animals, all sorts of things. Where would you put more trees on this lot if the dashed lines represent trees?
Well, we would require a forest management plan in a final set with the final count. The one we have right now in draft form proposes only 28 trees removed would be planted.
Okay.
So it would need another reassessment, but surely there are some gaps where seedlings could be, saplings could be put in toward the rear of the lot, and then also a little infill in the front in the meadow. It is true that it does create a.
And the amendment that was requested to the resolution, the condition would be that the trees are allowed to be placed anywhere on the lot versus in the building envelope? Is that what was requested? They'll all be replanted on site, if I understand correctly. Is that right?
Staff, through the chair, staff believe that the best step to stay in keeping with all of the previously approved permits for phases A through C is to have on-site replanting. However, the agent does have a more extensive request, which I think he would like to propose when given an opportunity.
Okay.
To speak to the planning commissioners.
I guess just for the record, I look at this and it does raise some questions as to, are we helping a problem or are we making it worse? Because I know trees also require some level of space around them in order to thrive. And I also don't want to see all of the meadows in developments like this get consumed unnecessarily with trees.
Through the chair, to add clarity to the answer to Commissioner Daniels' question, staff is recommending amending the language of the condition to allow replanting on site that would include outside of the homeland boundary where there may be additional space for the trees to thrive.
And to piggyback on that, the agent requested a change in language from homeland boundary to on-site for the replanting. What was that language request? You talked about it at the very end. Here at homeland boundary. Strike out homeland boundary and replace with on-site. What's the difference? And can you bring that diagram back up with the dashes and show us? Or there was a diagram that showed homeland boundary.
All right, so the difference for staff's recommendation is that areas that were not included in the arborist report for an overall tree assessment, because he only looked at the areas within the driveway and within the homeland boundary. So the forest management plan would assess the whole of the parcel and plan for planting of the 56 saplings in whatever areas they best work at the arborist's recommendation.
On the whole of the parcel
Exactly.
versus, which would be on-site versus homeland boundary, which is a smaller area.
And to follow up, usually the reason that the condition states homeland boundary is because that was copied over from previous permits for this type of development in phases A through C. They usually do require planting happening inside the homeland boundary. Because the rest of this area is in conservation scenic easement, you're kind of not supposed to do anything out there. But due to the circumstances of this case, we think that planting of saplings and watering of saplings might be suitable and would maybe amend that easement deed.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Roberts?
I'm confused. I think you mentioned that a new tree report had been done, but that the applicant had asked that it not be included in our information. Did I get that right?
Through the chair, there was an arborist report to assess the trees, and it made several recommendations. Some of the first recommendation was to plant only 28 trees, but we can't just make that change without redressing it with the EIR. That's not something you can do with an addendum. So staff opted to set that aside and go with the older forest management plan that went with the subdivision by Osterling. So the second thing that the project-specific arborist report recommended was that the plantings be done at various sizes instead of all 5-gallon sapling to, have more composition right away within the homeland boundary. The agent requested that the agent was aligned with staff on sticking to the 56 trees, but the agent also wanted to set aside this arborist's recommendation of multiple size saplings and go with Osterling, the original one, which was 5 gallons, which is kind of the standard condition from the subdivision. And thirdly, both the agent and staff are aligned with preferring to allow on-site outside of the homeland boundary due to the spacing and, the potential loss of meadow.
And so do we have a copy of that report or not? If we do, I wasn't able to find it.
It's in Acela. I didn't attach it. I attached the Osterling report. Apologies. I just
See
didn't
that.
wanna
I guess my question about that is sometimes when, first of all, you guys are referencing that report. So to me, I go to look to see, okay, what exactly did it say or what, came up. And so we've had this is the second time we haven't had an arborist report. I don't remember what the first reason for the first one, but I understand why this one may not have been included, but if it's going to be referenced, for me personally, I would like to have it as part of the information. And secondly, part of that is because I was curious to see sort of potentially what this lot looked like when the original report was the forest management plan was done, to know why did they think that there was no reason to take any trees and now we need to take 21, or however many. And so I was thinking that I was looking for pictures to see, are these, what has changed in that period of time. So I guess with all that said, it sounds like the applicant has more information that we might, kind of help understand some of those things. I'll let other commissioners.
Commissioner Shaw?
Okay, well, thank you. Can you pull up the close-up, the aerial close-up, just so I can see like the tree density in an actual photo from above? I'm having trouble seeing where they would put any trees at all if you're staying out of the meadow, even outside of that homeland boundary. Thank you.
Commissioner Deal?
Thank you. I share those concerns. I don't know if they're concerns, but certainly my confusion. But my question is about the existing scenic easement. Is that already recorded for this lot outside of the homeland boundary? Does it get it recorded then, or how does the scenic easement work? It's not, I don't see it referenced in the conditions.
Through the chair, it is not a requirement as a condition of this particular project. It is, I believe it was a condition of the subdivision. So the homeland boundaries are conveyed in easements where development is not to occur, except for access driveways.
My point being that that's my understanding as well, but that means there's an existing easement. And I don't see anything in conditions about how we would amend such an easement should we choose to take the route of planting things there. So how exactly would we treat that easement, and could we get some language around a condition to define that before we go saying, well, we're going to modify the easement, but we don't know quite how? Because there's not even any window for it that I see in the conditions now.
Through the chair, what I would suggest is while staff hears a testimony of the Planning Commission, I can look through and see if I can find the existing easement to see whether or not it does prevent it. If it does allow for landscape planting or native landscape planting, there would not be a need to amend the easement.
Thank you. I think clarity on that point would be important to me.
Any other commissioner comments? Oh, Commissioner Gonzalez?
On on 5G, it says that the arborist report discusses the possibility of another 24 protected oaks being impacted by the proposed grading and construction. Not sure exactly what that means, if that means that they might have to cut them down, and I'm not sure what the process would be.
Through the chair. That is the stimulus for the arborist to be on site to make sure that there's tree protections in place for them, and to go back out and check after all of the grading and construction is done to make sure that they've survived well. If they haven't, then there's additional tree planting.
So it's more like the survival piece of it, not necessarily that they would take them down. And in terms of the trees being, in terms of the trees that are being removed from, I guess, 9 from the footprint of the driveway, and maybe 6 for building site of the, to allow for decks and landscaping. Could there be a different way around that, like, or specifically for the driveway or for the decks? Or is that just, this is a plan and there's not a way around it because of certain land conditions?
To the chair, would you like to see staff's alternate analysis? Because there was a first alternative that was presented to the Santa Lucia Design Review Board and was part of the submittals. It had the house in approximately the same place, but the driveway went around back behind and then made a big auto court, so it took out a lot more trees back there. There's also 2 site designs that staff attempted to make with boxes around the pool and a box around the basic outline of the house, moving them down, moving them out toward the middle, away from trees, to see if there was a way to have the same site improvements. That also, the staff also attempted with consultation with the fire district staff to put in a hammerhead instead of this big loop. All attempts ended up with approximately the same amount of tree removal. The one that had the motor court in back was 13 more trees. So it is denser forest toward the back, but the other thing that the application points out is this blue dashed line with a no vertical build, and a red line for no build. So in staff's assessment, because the subdivision wouldn't allow it to get built, if we went further than the red line, staff moved the pool down to the red line because it could be at ground level, not be vertical. But most of the constraints have to do with that, the trees and these lines.
Thank you.
Any other commissioner comments? Commissioner Roberts?
Just a clarification on that question, and that is, so are we approving a permit that potentially removes, I guess, 40, whatever, the total number proposed to be removed plus the total number that potentially could be removed if?
Through the chair, no, the permit would only allow 21, and much like most conditions of approval for tree protections, if, the forest management plan that will come in as the final version will outline what has to be done, and usually that's a 1-to-1 replacement. If they don't survive, if any one of the 24 that have the tree protections don't survive construction-related pruning and impacts. But I don't believe that the arborist, and I'm very sorry that I didn't attach the arborist report to this, I just didn't want to confuse with 2. But the arborist report did not anticipate all 24 would be impacted, just said they needed additional protections.
Commissioner
But
Shaw? Oh,
wait, can I follow up on that? But that sentence that was read was, it discusses the possibility of another 24 protected oaks being impacted. Okay, so the impact isn't, they are potentially impacted and will be reviewed at a later time? Or I guess that, I hadn't read that and noticed that, and I guess.
Through the chair, staff could make an edit to that section to clarify what kind of impacts, just.
That'd be great, yeah.
Impact versus removal.
Yeah.
Commissioner Shaw?
Thank you. Question about, you had said that there was another design that was proposed and it was worse because it had the driveway in the back where there's denser trees. Was there ever a proposal to not have a 5,800 square foot house and another 1,500 square feet of decking and another 8,000 square feet of driveway? Was there anything that had a reduced impact while still being a large house, a sizable house that fits with the neighborhood? Was that ever proposed? It just strikes me as similar to the house that was on the graded, where it was like, we have to do this because we want this, and it didn't necessarily fit with the property that they purchased. So I'm just wondering if any other smaller, less impact, less coverage was explored.
Through the chair, in the incompleteness letter, as part of the comment for better conforming with Title 21, staff did request reduced impact, site design, and they preferred to stay with their design.
Any other commissioner comments or questions? All right, is the applicant present? And
Chair and members of the commission, my name is Joel Panzer with Maureen Ruck Planning Consultants, representing Eric S&E Creative, the property owner applicant. Hopefully on Zoom, because I know we lost the arborist due to time commitments this afternoon, but Ron Millette with Turkle Design, the project architect, should be on Zoom. Michael Bliss with Bliss Landscape Architecture should be on the Zoom. And I'm hoping Erica Malbon, the owner, is attending via Zoom. By and large, we agree with everything staff has recommended. I believe staff did a great job in the findings, evidence, the conditions of approval, and the staff analysis as she's presented. So the only question really becomes, where do you plant trees? We agree, or we have no issue with the requirement from the subdivision at 3-to-1 and 5-to-1 mitigation. I think just to focus in on that, when I received the staff report recommended planting 65 trees, and as you saw from the overhead, it's to put them in a meadow. are 65 trees really going to grow in an area, as we measured it, about 13,000 square feet? So that's one criteria, because the fuel management plan talks about distance from maintained vegetation away from structures as being 150 feet. They had a 15-foot managed area with the roadway, so it leaves a very small area. And this is kind of in response to some of the questions and comments I've heard. So I think that the difference between the subdivision, which was initially approved in 1996 and then subsequently approved and formally approved by the board in 98, when Osterling did his work, it was probably in 1992. So add 30 years to whatever tree sizes they were assessing back then. So that's probably one criteria. And it goes without stating, in California in the last 10 years, our fire regime and fire conditions are significantly different than what people are designing for today. So in the first series of lots, or most of the lots, they always had the homes tucked back into the forest, so they recede into the landscape and they're screened, and you don't have that much of a fire issue. Ms. Malbon and S&E Creative have been at this project for 3 years, so my goal today would try to get the Planning Commission to agree with the staff recommendation and a broader interpretation on where those trees could be placed. Because the other thing, which I think would be unfair to them, is to kind of bring up the whole subdivision and the context and what those conditions of approval are. And after hearing your session this morning, I'd hate to see them continue until February, because you're booked fully in January, and her desire is to get a permit issued today. But what I will say, my letter was not intended to set aside what the project arborist was. My letter, the way I think about it, is when I saw the available area that the staff was recommending for trees to be replanted, because you want those trees not only to succeed at 5 years, but you want a healthy habitat, not another overcrowded condition simply to accommodate trees. Because they also attached the Osterling report, I thought to look at that to see what that report said. And there's a mitigation measure number 27 in the final EIR that was included as a link to the staff report. And the Osterling report talks about keeping development areas free of trees, so for habitat values, for wildlife improvement, and those sorts of things. So the concept was, in my letter, there's a map in the Osterling report that talks about 2,400 acres, more or less, throughout the project. And Commissioner Deal's been around long enough, she'll understand the nuances of what I'm talking about. But just to move this along, if staff says, that interpretation is not valid to how staff interprets things currently, if there were a way just to agree to allow planting within the building envelope. And Commissioner Daniels, I agree with you. There are, with grasslands, the habitat values are different. They support different plant and animal life, and they have an equal quality compared to an oak savanna or an oak woodland. But if we're being asked to plant trees there, that's good. I just don't, it's not appropriate for this owner to then have to amend the subdivision EIR to get a home through, and I think that would just be an unfortunate outcome. We do have some preserve entities that would be willing to take trees to meet the mitigation numbers, but staff is ruling that out for right now. So given where we are, if there could be latitude not to require the owner to put 65 trees within the 1 acre building envelope or homeland has been described, that would be helpful. The property itself is about 4 acres, and the front part of that, let's say the front third, is grassland, and we could probably get some trees in there. And then one other nuance that was brought up today, when you think about the image internally on the CC&Rs, for whatever reason, the developer, and I think it was a setback to pull a home away from the road, to maintain the rural integrity of San Clemente Drive, and plus there's golf across the street, was to pull the home back for view shed protection and privacy issues, et cetera. while the county doesn't enforce CCNRs, the implication to the applicant would be to have to go in and amend the current CCNRs through a 75% vote of all the members to remove those lines, to make an adjustment to the home, as one or two of the commissioners have talked about. And then the last part of my testimony would be the nuances of the internal design review board process, of which I am the chairperson. Normally, an applicant would come to the county with a design. The county would raise concerns perhaps and say, can you study a redesign? And that redesign and reduction of trees by 13 would have occurred at this level, but because Tehama and some of the other projects, including ours, have a very vigorous DRB process, we required the owner to redesign to reduce the impacts to trees by 13. And that was about a 2-year process at a cost to the applicant. So I think when planning asked us to study another redesign, given where we are and given the smaller footprint, even though it's got 5,700 square feet, it's 2 stories. The footprint is reasonably compact, but it's in the area that is designated through the HOA process to be developed. So we're just trying to find a reasonable outcome. Ideally, it would allow tree planting, because the project during the subdivision process was the 16,500 acres of the Greater Monterey Peninsula Plan, and Osterling speaks to that. The mitigation measure 27, the IR speaks to that. But if staff believes that all the trees should be planted on the lot, I think we have a better chance of tree success if we can plant somehow somewhere within the 4 acres versus requiring it to be somewhere within the just over 1 acre building envelope. If the commissioners have comment, again, the project architect, I believe, is on Zoom, and perhaps I could have the landscape architect, as I close out my testimony, just to speak on tree replacement, because we did talk about that during the break. And Mr. Thompson did send me an email because he has an afternoon commitment, and I think his concern was survivability. What do you create if you plant all the trees? Because the ideal thing would be to replicate habitat, and this is a lot of trees to try to put in there. So with that, I'll conclude my testimony. I'm happy to answer questions, but I wonder if Michael Bliss might be able to respond to incorporating the entirety of the trees within the property lot boundaries versus building envelope boundaries. And then if Mr. Millett raises his hand, he might have some comments about the redesign effort that they worked through on behalf of the applicant. Thank you.
Mr. Panzer, are the conditions acceptable?
Oh, yeah. Aside from where the trees go, yes, staff report's terrific. The owner, myself, and the architect have read it. We agree with everything except within building envelope, within property, or could there be some off-site consideration?
Okay,
thank you.
And Mr. Bliss?
Yes, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, thank you. To speak to the tree mitigation, as Mr. Panzer described, we did work through an exhaustive process with the preserve and with the owner to reduce impact and to consider the best scenario for tree replacement. And this is looking very closely at the character of this site, including the existing woodland, the distribution of trees, the health of the woodland, and what would be consistent with that habitat, with that ecosystem, at a more pulled out view of the site and of this part of the preserve. So the proposed tree mitigation works within that context of a dense oak woodland as well as a more dispersed oak savanna, including deciduous valley oaks and the evergreen coast live oak, as well as some black oaks, all of which are proposed as mitigation trees to stay with the endemic native species. So currently, as we're able to spread out more into the open areas of the site, which were previously identified as landscape improvement areas, I think to address the scenic easement and golf course views, That provides our best opportunity really for establishing new native trees without creating additional safety issues in terms of fire for the proposed structure, as well as not over impacting the existing oak woodland with over competition of trees. So we're really trying to spread out into what's the most kind of compatible part of the site for that restoration effort. And that includes the area outside of the building envelope, the homeland, and occupies the greater site boundary. So those trees are identified on our plans, and we're happy to change that to include the full 65 mitigation trees as required for the report. Obviously, you know, in cooperation with the project arborist, Rob Thompson. So I guess to conclude,
Mr. Bliss,
yeah.
we lost you for a moment there at the end.
Oh, sorry. Well, to conclude, I think I consistently support the proposal to expand the tree mitigation area to the full property boundary, which would include the area outside of the homeland, and working to increase that tree count for saplings, ideally, which I think will have a much better chance of establishment and survival than mature trees, to the 65 required per the report.
Thank you, Mr. Bliss. So are you saying that you would like to be able to plant the trees in the meadows?
For the most part, yes. We are still trying to stay in proximity to the more wooded areas of the site. So just building off of the edges of those wooded areas, and staying out of the heart of the meadow, which is right along San Clemente Trail. But that is the most compatible space really for additional trees. So there would be some meadow impacts, but as Joel had highlighted, the biological report didn't identify any sensitive species within that habitat zone.
Thank you, Mr. Bliss. Mr. Panzer, did you want the owner, I think you said, Malbon, does she have something to add? Or
Let me,
her hand isn't up, but okay, her hand is up now. Thank you.
okay. Yeah, let's have her speak, and then maybe to conclude our presentation, if the project architect could just walk you through the redesign effort. Mr. Bliss has talked about that from a landscaping perspective, but architectural perspective would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Malbon, would you like to add anything?
Hi. Yes, thank you all for your time and consideration today. You know, as Mr. Panzer has shared, we've been working on this project for several years. And obviously our intention is to create a space that fits the preserve and the architecture. And I think that we went through a long process with the DRB, the Design Review Board of the Preserve, and have done several iterations to meet all the requirements, but also impact, you know, the environment as little as possible. And so, you know, this is that version. When we bought the property, and I just want to address like when it was discussed about maybe making it smaller, like it was sold to us as like building up to 5,500 square feet. And that was the drawing that they're referencing with the motor court in the back. And so, you know, our intention was always to build a property that accommodated, you know, certain requirements. And so we're definitely, you know, working together as a team to try to figure out how to build what our family will need, but also make sure that we are aligned with the community and, of course, Monterey, and making sure that, you know, we impact as little of the environment and the trees as possible.
Thank you, Ms. Malbon. Can I just ask, how many bedrooms and baths will this be?
4 bedrooms and 5.5 bathrooms.
Thank you so much. Mr. Panzer, did you want to hear from the architect now?
And Ron Millette, do you just want to briefly walk through the architectural changes from the initial DRB to the current design? Because I think you did make some modifications with respect to citing environmental considerations.
Yep, can you hear me okay? Ron Millette, project architect for the project. Just to reiterate, it's been a pretty lengthy process and we did go through significant redesign efforts for this. It's been, I think, 2 years. The site is challenging. One, because of where we were allowed to build is densely, covered in trees. The project is allowed the 5,500 square feet per what Erica shared. Also, the additional restriction we had to kind of work around was a 1+ story designation, which means you can't build over one story. So the solution to address that is to, make the footprint larger, which then would impact more trees. So we worked really hard to come up with a design solution that stepped with the grading and, meet that 2-story designation, that 1-story designation by offsetting the volumes and keeping the building low and to reduce, the tree impact. So we tried many different things, and this was the one that resulted in the fewer impact. Additionally, with the driveway, because of where we're building and how to get up there, we studied hammerheads and fire truck turnarounds, and the solution with the roundabout impacted the least amount of trees. So we were pretty pleased with the solution.
Thank you, Mr. Millette. Commissioners? Commissioner Deal?
I'd like to maybe ask Mr. Panzer a clarifying question. I think he may have some, with the chair's indulgence. My memory is going, I apologize. We did have, in some cases in the preserve, we've had off-site mitigations approved for specific reasons. And can you, out of your history with that, remind me of how that worked and why and when and where?
I would say, as a matter of background, to answer the question or set that tone, I was originally hired in 1990 to work for the subdivider, so I've got a pretty good institutional memory. And then our firm has probably handled more than 110 residential applications that have been approved by the county. So the couple instances I can think of would be as part of the first piece, the Phase A roadways, driveways, et cetera, those were identified in locations generally consistent with that map I included in my letter from the Osterling report. And I want to say they put in maybe over 4,000 trees. So they weren't removed in the same region, if you will, because that was the infrastructure, the spine on that. And then I can recall on other situations, and this is probably maybe like early 2000s, where they were able to box up trees and move them over to other properties. And in some cases that was, there's several ownership entities, owners, there's a ranch club, there's a golf course, there's a community services district. So some of those entities have accepted trees where they were going to put in trees anyway for screening. I think down by the Corporation Yard along Rancho San Carlos Road, they had worked out arrangement for off-site planting. But as you know, with changes in executive directors at the Santa Lucia Conservancy, planning staff that is looking at this from a fresh set of eyes, that's where we're in the current condition where in reviewing, let's say, the last 5 years, for whatever reason, the notion has been to plant on site. But I am aware of situations where the planting off-site previously under prior staffing and directorships was allowable. Because at the end of the day, it's the success ratio, meeting the 3-to-1 and 5-to-1 requirements 90% at 5 years.
Thank you. I just, in the back of my mind, I remember talking about this and dealing with some off-site habitat improvement projects to mitigate some sorts of development in the preserve. And this is slightly a different tone. Given especially the question around the easements that govern the area outside of the homeland boundary, which for the benefit of the rest of the world I would call the building envelope. So Thank you, I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Commissioner Shaw?
Okay, I'm just spitballing here. I'm just totally curious. Because this isn't, to me, this isn't a case where this lot is going to be decimated and there's going to be no trees and it's going to look terrible and they're completely ruining it. It's still, the plans look beautiful. There's still tons of trees and preserving the meadow is important. Why, if they were to be allowed to place the trees elsewhere, why does it have to be in the preserve? Could it be in a community that maybe otherwise, or an area that otherwise would not be able to afford trees and have them grow? Could we improve elsewhere in Monterey County?
Through the chair. I do have an answer to your question as well as a conservation easement question. So first, Commissioner Shaw, we are bound by the conditions of approval that were adopted as part of the subdivision. And condition 24 requires tree replacement to be on site. And so unfortunately, that doesn't allow us the ability to do like a transfer tree credit or anything, which could be nice. And then to answer the question relative to the conservation easement, there isn't a separate conservation easement on each individual lot. There's a note on the final map that states that except for homeland and ranch land and road lands, said easements are to be kept free from buildings and structures interfering with the purpose of the easement. Then there are conditions of approval that require CCNRs be adopted that restrict uses in easement areas to certain infrastructure, which matches up the language of the final map, ranching activities, outdoor recreation, resource management, and that further subdivisions would be prohibited, including industrial uses and other commercial uses. So in this case, it would not be necessary to do any type of amendment to the easement to allow planting outside of the homeland boundary.
Thank you. Commissioner Shaw, does that answer your question? The first part.
Thank you. It does, but I still am just wondering. So say that the arborist comes in and says, you can only actually, to increase the chances of survival in a healthy ecosystem, plant 28 trees, right? And everyone says, okay, that's wonderful. But technically, they're supposed to plant another 30 because of that ratio. Are we still bound by it has to be on site? Couldn't those 30 they're just not going to get planted because it wouldn't be healthy to plant them within that on site? And we're not talking about that building envelope, but just on site or even in the Santa Lucia Preserve. We're just going to throw those 30 away. We couldn't, as a condition of approval, be like, well, they can be planted somewhere else. Every kind of greases the wheels where everybody is happy, everyone benefits, you still get a healthy ecosystem. Or are we still bound by stuff? Sorry.
Through the chair. The condition number 24 gets rolled over to each development project for the residential lots, and the language of that specifies on-site and specifies the ratios. Although the agent, Mr. Panzer, does point out Osterling's condition number 27, talking about overall improvements and overall strategies for conservation in other locations, because we have to copy over 24 to the project. All the projects that I know of that were in residential lots have to follow that framework. Were Santa Lucia Preserve to come to us and say we want to amend our mitigation monitoring reporting plan with an amendment, they would probably have to reopen the EIR to look at what the impacts would be, because there's transportation, there's air quality differences, there's ecological differences. It might be time for that to happen, and they have talked to us, can we say? They have talked to us about the potential to make that program-wide amendment to the replanting program, but it's not something that we could do. It's a big lift for a single project, and well before the last 5 years that I've been with county, I checked with other planners that have been there a long time, and nobody has seen something like that happen with individual residential lots. Thank you.
Commissioner Deal?
Thank you. I would point out that the condition 24 carried forward as given to us in our condition 7 does say that replacement trees shall be located within the homeland boundaries wherever possible pursuant to the expert advice of the project arborist. So there's already the possibility of amending that in that condition, it appears to me. And that seems relevant to me. And then when you were reading about implementing the purpose of the easement, what I didn't get really was a clear statement of what the purpose of this overall easement that governs this ground, whether or not it's owned by these people, is. Does its stated purpose that we can understand exactly what it's there for?
Through the chair, I was able to find conditions of approval that address the open lands and the wild lands. Unfortunately, the conditions don't state the purpose. It just states the restrictions. And unfortunately, this PDF is not searchable, so it could take a while, but I guess it's in staff's professional opinion, based on the restrictions, one could, staff would assume that the open space easement areas are to be kept natural and can be used for activities like outdoor recreation, but not include buildings and structures.
Through the chair, that my concern continues to be that lacking the actual clarity about what the easement is, we may be telling people to do something now that we aren't supposed to be doing, even though the chances do seem distant. And if you got an existing limitation on property use from whatever, I mean, whether or not it's for the individual person or the subdivision as a whole, it's still a filed requirement. We still need to know what it is. So I just continue to say I'm concerned about ignoring it now that we know that it's there. And I'd like to make sure we deal with it head on and are clear about how we do that. Thank you.
Through the chair, Anna, is there a way you could email me the easement and I could take a look?
Through the chair, I can email you the information that we do have, and it's probably also referenced in the EIR, which I believe is searchable, so I can send that to you.
I'm still confused, concerned that the language that Commissioner Deal read from condition 24, which is in our condition 7, I think Commissioner Deal said, ends with wherever possible or something like that. And therefore, if there are 21 trees slated or requested approved for removal that have to be replaced, and there's a potential of 24 impacted trees that may have to be removed in part or in whole or replaced, then that's a lot more trees, and the boundary, the homeland boundary already can't sustain the 21, so the agent is requesting approval to go outside of the boundary, homeland boundary, to the rest of the site, which means the meadow, and wherever possible, if we say not the meadow, then wherever possible is still the homeland boundary, and that means a lot less trees than the 21 or the additional potentially impacted 24. So that brings me to my question. Ms. Israel, could you show us the slide that shows the plot plan or the architectural layout and the trees starred, the different stars that you have, and point out which trees have to be removed to accommodate decks?
Alex, could you share my screen? Thank you. Is this the slide you were seeking, Chair?
Yes, no, I think it's the next one. That one. Can you show us which of these trees?
So the trees that are called out for removal are numbered and shown numbered in the slide. So this shows all 21 that are requested for removal. As you can see, most of them fall in the area of the driveway on the side, or this, the side of the house. There are some on decks toward, or so close to the house, like 10, 6, 4, are so close to the house that the grading would definitely impact them, and that came out of the arborist report. Number 14, the landmark, that's the main one that would be in the area of a deck. There aren't any trees removed for the swimming pool or the deck in that location. However, if the house plan were to be turned sideways and in a different location, put into the place where the pool would be, there would be a different number of trees. Driveway is definitely for the pre-submittal design that went to the Santa Lucia Design Review Board, and the ones we have before us here. The driveway presents a problem because there's a lot of trees and they have a turnaround requirement for fire safety.
So my understanding is really there's only one tree being sacrificed for decks, and it happens to be a landmark tree, but not much else.
Through the chair, also, I just want to remind you in the presentation, and I'm very much regretting not attaching the arborist report right now, but in the presentation, I did mention that all of the trees that were surveyed by the arborist within the homeland boundary came up as poor or fair. And these, as an ex-field biologist and having gone to the site, I could say a lot of them, including the landmark tree, looked pretty sad. So in a way, the replanting plan on site helps to bring up the next generation and promote a healthy oak woodland. I'm not saying that it necessarily needs exactly 56 trees, but it is kind of our service to that ecosystem. As we see across the state of California, oak woodlands aren't regenerating because of drought and other issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Israel. Commissioner Daniels.
Thank you. And I'm regretting bringing up meadow in this conversation as well. I just want to clarify through the chair that my original comment was a general comment, and that I don't see on this property where you can plant 65 trees in the building envelope. And if you're not doing it in the building envelope and we're agreeing to allow for the planting to be in the larger property boundary, then you will be putting trees in a meadow that has other benefits, is remaining a meadow. More importantly, though, I think is what Commissioner Deal brought up, which is whether or not we can do this in the scenic easement. It really does seem like from condition 24 that the wherever possible meets this situation. If you pull up the picture again with the green dashes and identify the building envelope for us, putting 65 new trees in that building envelope, if the green dashes and the big clouds are trees currently, that's a tall ask, and probably not in the best interest of the trees we're trying to build. So I just to plant. So that was my overall concern. It was from the high level concern in general. We're asking people to plant trees in an area that's already heavily treed, and it's 65 new trees. So I just want to point out that I think in this situation, moving beyond the building envelope for 65 new trees is probably a good idea for the health and well-being. But I think another issue's come up, is whether or not, if it is the open space designated area, that's possible. I think that's a question that needs to be answered. But the original point I was trying to make, I think, is just a larger conversation, and it sounds like perhaps the Santa Lucia Preserve is initiating, or the Conservancy, that conversation about whether or not these mitigations make sense, because we have a whole lot more trees on the preserve than existed when this subdivision was created. So that's a larger conversation, but I don't want that to burden this individual applicant who is here to get a permit or not today. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Daniels. And Commissioner Deal.
Thank you, and I really appreciate that comment and generally agree with it myself. My difficulty is I really wish that I could hear the notion that the trees that people want to remove are not in good condition without running it through the filter of the fact that every time anybody wants to remove a tree, it's never in good condition. This has been so prevalent over the years that that particular comment, I find it hard to be convinced by it, even if it's actually accurate, because it's been misused so frequently. Tree condition seems to be absolutely related to the desire to remove the tree. And I just got to say, I wish that weren't the case, but in fact it is. So I have trouble using that in my calculation because I can't put the weight on whether or not it's accurate, right, if that makes sense.
Through the chair, may I ask for clarification? Commissioner Deal, you read that in condition 24, it mentioned that replacement be within the homeland boundaries. Is that the condition as drafted by staff through condition 7, or was that the language of the original condition 24?
Through the chair, I'm reading it off of our condition 7, which reports to be carried forward from 96060 as from that condition 24. It's the last line of that. There's that transferred condition. It's on our page 507 of our resolution.
Ms. Israel?
Through the chair, I'm sorry if it wasn't super clear, but condition number 6 is a combination of the recommendations of the arborist report. That was a project-specific one that spoke to within the homeland site, within the homeland boundary, and also added the multiple sizes of saplings. And in combination with the normal condition of approval. So it is a blend, and we do have condition 24 exactly in front of us, which Principal Planner Anna Kenga can share.
I think I can, if I can figure out how to do this.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Roberts?
I want to note, along Commissioner Deal's concern about the unhealthy trees everywhere, that the original forest management plan says the majority of trees at the ranch are generally healthy, and both in the non-landmark and landmark categories. So at one point, everything was healthy when nothing was being slated to be removed. And I understand that that was, decades ago before a drought. But the other thing I wanted to point out is it may be similar to what Mr. Panzer's already pointed out. In reading that forest management plan, it says that although the existing forest at RSC is healthy, the number of seedling and sapling trees is minimal, and in some areas, no oak reproduction is present. And it refers to a map, and they've apparently identified, where replantings can occur. And I understand staff's concern in trying to be consistent in how we've dealt with other home sites. And I appreciate that, because we often talk about how we don't want to set a precedent. And but I am wondering, given this discussion, if these other existing areas that were identified in the original forest management plan have room for saplings, if that was something we were to consider, or if it's or if based on all the infrastructure that has already happened and replantings have occurred, and now kind of there's not that same need that was identified in this plan. Maybe you haven't looked at that since we weren't considering that, but I guess that's my question.
Through the chair, Alex, if you could please share my screen. So this is the language of original condition 24. And then after we have a chance to go through this, Commissioner Roberts, we can address your comments. So the sentence about replacement starts here. That all oak trees removed shall be replaced in on-site areas suitable for supporting oak species as determined by a qualified resource ecologist.
Commissioner Deal?
In the context of this, without context, is this about the individual lots or is this about the subdivision? What does on-site mean in this particular, where does it sit in the?
This is for the individual lots.
Are we sure? Because the next one is about prior to the filing of the final map, so it's bigger than that.
There should be a condition about the areas for replanting assumed that, what was it, 1,051 trees would have to be removed just for infrastructure.
Yeah, and
I'd have to pull that out.
looking at this condition, it's not clear to me whether on-site refers to on-site of the subdivision or on-site of an individual lot, and that's what I'm trying to delve into, because look, this new language is not clear to me without the context. The rest of the things around it are more general, they're not about what is happening. It says you have to replace them at a ratio, and it says on-site, but it does not, in fact, clarify whether that is the parcel or the subdivision, in my mind.
Could we scroll up and see the title of the document, or maybe the?
These are the conditions, I'm sorry. Through the chair. Yes, these are the conditions of the subdivision. So it should be a condition of approval. What might be an easier path is to pull up the resolution, because the resolution would be easier to find, and then it should point to the condition of approval.
And through the chair, while Anna's pulling up the resolution, if you look at the first page of the condition 24, conditions of approval, it's clear that it was for the subdivision. For instance, condition number 2 talks about structure setbacks, and it lists all the various lots. So these are conditions of the subdivision. So as far as 24, when it says shall be replaced in on-site areas suitable for supporting oak species, it doesn't specify.
Lot versus.
It just says on-site areas as a condition of approval of the subdivision. So I'm not sure where those areas are within the approved final map.
Through the chair, that's really helpful because if the condition is about the subdivision as a whole, it kind of changes the interpretation of the mitigation. And it does allow for a wider opportunity to look at recruitment in areas that may have lost their understory due to fire mitigation or something like that. Anyway, if the chair would allow, may we ask Mr. Panzer to comment on that from his history, or is it appropriate?
Yes, thank you.
If I may, in my testimony, I had indicated that resolution was for the Greater Monterey Peninsula Area Plan portion of the property. So I would define that as the site referred to in condition 24. And then if on screen, if my exhibit C includes the map from the Osterling report. So the connection is the condition of approval. You'll see where mitigation measure number 27 is highlighted. That pulls the Osterling report into that condition, and then the coastal zone is off to the north, and Carmel Valley Master Plan, it's upside down now. So those are the on-site areas envisioned by the Osterling report. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Daniels?
With the intent of seeing where we can go with this today, is it possible then, perhaps with council's interpretation of what's been stated so far, that that we could make a decision about that the 65 trees that need to be replanted? Is it possible, do you think, through the chair today, that we could state that these trees can be planted outside the building envelope? And is it possible that they could be placed in other locations within the preserve? Is that a possibility today? I'm just asking if there's anything we could do moving forward that would say a portion in the building envelope and a portion outside.
A portion within the building envelope and a portion outside of the building envelope, but still on the site, or
of the preserve,
on the site of the lot, and outside of the lot in the subdivision, based on the interpretation of condition 24.
Through the chair, I don't believe we've answered the scenic easement question about what all of the area that's outside of the building envelope, whether or not the trees can be replanted there. And so the question would be, would it be possible for the Planning Commission to move forward today, identifying a number of trees for the building envelope and and the rest of the remaining trees being within the areas identified in the map that Mr. Panzer just put on the screen?
The Osterling report, which comes out of condition 24.
And I would make sure the condition that you all propose may already contain this language, but mirror the language in condition 24 that it needs to be supported that the oak species can thrive there as determined by a qualified resource ecologist.
Through the chair, I think that would be possible.
Ms. Israel?
Principal Planner Kanga did read aloud as much as she could from the deed language that went into the CCNRs, and I believe Council Donlin was going to check that deed to make sure that it was allowable. Everything that I heard sounded like it would be allowable to plant trees there, and it's good that we daylight it here.
Okay, Commissioner Roberts?
It would be my preference not to plant any trees in the meadow. I think we're altering something that doesn't need to be altered. The other commissioners can weigh in on that. I would rather see them, I was going to say off-site, but off the property site, but on the subdivision site. I was looking again at the original forest management plan, and they identified at the time a potential reforestation site map, but that comes back to my question of, have we replanted so many saplings someplace else that we're doing the same thing on another location, and without that information, we may not even have that information. I don't know. I am happy to support that if it looks like that is in the best interest of this site. It does seem to me that this property is a little bit unique in that, I don't remember the number now, but 56 trees, 60 whatever trees don't look like it's not a healthy place for saplings.
So Commissioner Roberts, the approval or the consideration is trees on the building envelope, not on site as requested by the applicant's agent, because on site would include the meadow as the architect spoke to. So building envelope, which is homeland boundary, not on-site language. But the language that the applicant's agent used was on-site, and that's in there, so I want to make sure we're all clear that what the agent says is on-site, we're considering full property line, and it sounds like we're leaning toward away from full property line, away from on-site.
Stop sharing.
And keeping within the building envelope, and then outside the lot into the subdivisions area.
For me personally, I am not qualified to decide what will survive and not survive on that property site, but I'm hearing evidence, potentially, without having seen that more recent tree report, that it might not be suitable for the property lines in general, but may be suitable for the larger subdivision area. But my personal concern is, can that larger subdivision area host 56 new trees or whatever it is also?
Thank you, Commissioner Roberts. Commissioner Deal.
It's my guess that somewhere on the preserve needs more trees. I just am guessing in the 20,000 acres or so, and they probably have something that could use some trees. Could we perhaps propose some conditional language that would say that the tree replacement shall be accomplished insofar as possible according to the recommendations of the certified arborist or whoever it is the forest management plan is prepared by, where that will keep the habitat healthy and be allowed by any potential easements, and where those replacements are not possible to be made on this particular site, they may be made elsewhere on the preserve. You know, according to the language of that. So something that allowed the option to be explored. We're going to get the full number of trees. Nobody's talking about changing the number, but we're just saying put them where they're going to provide some health and not just going to put a check in the box. And I think if we said conditionally allowing, I would be comfortable allowing expert determination of that as long as we get the trees.
And any mention of meadow?
I think that the habitat value mentioned would be to give us the maximum habitat value as the biologist and the arborist will determine. And if they think that that meadow is still disturbed area and not worth saving just because it was for a while, it may, you know, who knows whether a tiger salamander walked in this week. Anyway, so yes, I'm trying to say, rather than sit here on the dais away from the site, let's use these experts and say, give us the maximum habitat value you can get with this, and I believe that the language that we have just had shared from the original subdivision would support that outcome, or it certainly could be interpreted to support that outcome.
Any other commissioner comments before we go to public comment? Commissioner Roberts.
I would just add, if we are relying on the experts for this, if this is what we're deciding, what we've been told that in the report that we don't have, that from the most recent arborist report, his suggestion was saplings of different sizes, and I don't know if that was because he was specifically considering this site, this property site, but whatever the case, I would want to, the same way things have changed in 30 years, his suggestions may have changed in 30 years, and I would want to respect those instead of defaulting to the lesser of the conditions.
Thank you, Commissioner Roberts. Anybody else? No? Okay. Public comment. None in the room. Anybody in Zoom have any public comment on this matter? I don't see any hands up. Okay. We will close public comment, come back to the commission. Commissioner Deal?
I'd like to move that we approve this proposal with the modifications we've just discussed to the tree condition. And we'll go over those if staff wants to just reiterate what we're saying and perhaps give it a better form.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second, then I have a question. Do you want to give them time to work on the language while we start the next item? Do we take a break and let them work on the language? Do we trust them to get all those details and just move forward?
Through the chair, I've typically been less trusting about the exact language, but in this case, I think the intent is clear and based on the interpretation that we just reviewed. So I would be comfortable leaving staff to create the language to get the outcome that we've just discussed, which is that we get the right number of trees in places on the subdivision where it makes sense.
Through the chair, may I just make one point of clarification? Do you think it would be appropriate to amend the findings and evidence as well? So this is very specific to this lot in this particular case, since the lot is on the smaller side and it's heavily forested, just so this doesn't happen with a larger lot.
Through the chair, that's a splendid idea, and I fully endorse it.
Ms. Israel.
Staff does want to update the condition to match the intent of the planning commissioners. However, there is a little concern because there isn't an agreement set up with the Santa Lucia Preserve staff for their arborists planting trees for private developers, like private homeowners. And so there's kind of there isn't a recipient, there isn't another party in this yet. And that was why we were waiting on the Santa Lucia Preserve to make amendment to their mitigation monitoring reporting program. And I'm not trying to be a naysayer, because I really do embrace this update, but without agreements in place, it might be very hard to deliver.
Thank you, Ms. Israel. Commissioner Deal?
Through the chair, the issue here is if it is not possible to do it off the property, this particular property, then they're going to have to do it on the property. You know, it's an or, it's not, you know, if you can't do it, you can't do it. So then you'll have to find a place on the property as best you can. That would be my understanding of that. My guess is that there will be some way to come to an agreement, but that's just a guess. I don't know what the parties involved might want to do.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
Is the question more in terms of who would pay for the planting of the tree somewhere else and following of the plan? And that's kind of what the main question is. And would the people who are in the process of wanting for this to be approved, would they be willing to pick up that cost? Maybe it's a question for them.
Ms. Beretti?
Yeah, I think some of it is, it's less about, ultimately the applicant's responsible for the mitigation, and so it's more about having an agreement in place to ensure that the Santa Lucia Preserve or Conservancy, who has management responsibility, I don't know about ownership, for the other areas, is a willing receiver. So I think the solution to write it as, this is the preferred option in this particular limited case due to circumstances, if able to do that, and if not, on site. So I think we can do that, and then hopefully work with the applicant and the Conservancy to find a mechanism to implement this in a way that achieves the best habitat outcomes.
Thank you, Ms. Beretti. Okay, Commissioner Roberts?
I just want to make sure that the makers of the motion, I guess the seconder has left, Ms. Israel was going to update item G of the evidence 5 to clarify the possibility of another 24 protected oaks being impacted. And if that's okay with.
Maker of the motion is fine with that?
Since we did have the situation where our seconder has had to leave, is someone else willing to second the motion, even though it's already been done with your, I don't know if it's a friendly amendment or just adding on?
I'll second the motion.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Gonzalez.
Sounded friendly.
All right, any further discussion? No. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Roll call.
Roll call.
We don't have him. He's
not on Zoom.
He's
Okay, I
gone.
didn't realize that. Then you're fine.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Any abstained? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Thank you. Can we take a 5-minute break? We're going to take a 5-minute break before we finish.
Yeah.
All right, back from break. Do we need to do another roll call? We're all those of us who are here are still here. We're missing Commissioner Gomez, Commissioner Mendoza, and now Commissioner Daniels. So let's continue with agenda item number 7, PLN 230117, Federico.
Hi, Alex, could you please change the presentation to the Federico presentation?
Good afternoon, Chair Monsalve and members of the Planning Commission. I am Marlene Garcia, the project planner for Federico application, planning file number PLN 230117. The project is located at 1138 Jocelyn Canyon Road in Monterey, within the greater Monterey Peninsula area, and zone medium-density residential, 1 unit per acre, with urban reserve and design control district overlays. The project scope is to grant approval of an after-the-fact administrative permit to allow transient use of a residential property containing a single-family dwelling for remuneration and clear code enforcement, violation number 23CE00179. Some history: the owner has used the property as short-term rental. All transient occupancy taxes have been paid. This parcel is not subject to an HOA, and there will be a total of 6 parking spaces provided, and they're all located on property, and no side parking is proposed. No street parking is being proposed. The operations plan is in compliance with the applicable requirements, which include a maximum of 6 occupants at a time. One scenario would be when owners remain on the property, a maximum of 4 guests will be allowed, or when owners are not occupying the property, a maximum of 6 guests will be allowed. Rental contract is limited, with rental periods of no less than 7 days and no more than 30 days stay. The owner resides on the property, but when the owner is not available, an additional local property manager will be available 24/7 to respond to tenant and neighborhood questions or concerns during the short-term rental. No on-site advertisement will be allowed. Staff routed the project to the Greater Monterey Peninsula LUAC on August 15, 2023 for the September 5, 2023 meeting, but due to lack of quorum, the meeting was canceled. Project is consistent with board guidelines, as the project was not referred again because the project got continued twice, did not go back. As for public comment, immediate neighbors have expressed support of the applicant operating a short-term rental on the property and have expressed they have not experienced issues with noise or vehicle overflow. In conclusion, staff recommends the Planning Commission find the project categorically exempt pursuant to Section 15301 of the CEQA guidelines and grant an after-the-fact administrative permit based on the presented findings and evidence. This concludes staff presentation and is available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garcia. Commissioners, Commissioner Shaw?
Thank you. This might be a dumb question. It said routed from LUAC. So it was continued on the 15th and then again on the 5th, because it only says it was continued, that it was there was no quorum on the 5th. So was there no quorum also on the 15th?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Deal?
Thank you. I actually had an occasion to speak with Ms. Beretti about this, so I'm hoping we've got a little bit of background. On finding 4 of, number 3, the finding and evidence of 4 with respect to the CEQA exemption. I'm concerned about the use of the CEQA exemption for leasing with respect to a short-term rental or with vacation rental property. I'm not entirely sure that that word is fully applicable, and it can be confusing. So I just like staff to comment on that and help me understand if that is in fact a good understanding of what leasing means in this context.
Yes, through the chair. So the CEQA guidelines section that is identified, 15301, is a categorical exemption for existing facilities, and the word lease is taken right out of that text. So it's the operation, repair, maintenance, permitting, leasing, licensing, or minor alteration to existing public or private structures. At the end of that sentence, it states that the key consideration is whether or not the project involves negligible or no expansion of use.
Commissioner Deal?
I understand the CEQA provision. My question is, are we making the determination that a short-term rental contract is a lease? Because if we are, that is not what my understanding was that they were, and leases imply certain requirements and rights for tenants that are not observable in this context. Is an STR a lease? Are we making that statement now? Are we sure we want to make that statement now? If we are, this exemption seems to be applicable. If we are not, then that part of it isn't, if it makes sense. Perhaps it would be a allowable use without any changes in the structure or something, but I'm concerned about the clear statement that an STR is a lease, that contract is a lease, because I don't believe it technically is. Or if it is, we've been treating it differently from other residential leasing contracts.
Thank you, Commissioner Deal.
I apologize. Through the chair, in looking at the language of 15301, if we don't want to get into what is and isn't a lease, I think there's other language that supports the use of this exemption, and we have used it in the past. The operation, it could be that having a short-term rental is the operation of the private structure, and then also the permitting. I'm looking at the language. Class 1 consists of the operation, repair, maintenance, permitting, leasings, licensing, or minor alteration of existing public or private structures. So what I'm proposing is, I think, operating a short-term rental operation and or permitting, it could fall under either of those words.
Instead of leasing.
Correct.
Ms. Beretti, anything to add?
No, I think that's consistent, and my apologies when I worked with staff, that exact nuance with lease, and we didn't fully bid it, but I think we could easily amend this. The exemption, it still applies. I think we concur, we've used it before, but understand definitely that the reliance on the term lease, to not get into that discussion with rental contracts for vacation rentals, and instead we do it a vacation rental operation or permitting.
Through the chair. So with that, we would propose to amend the language of finding 4 evidence B, where the first sentence reads that the applicant proposes to operate an existing residential single-family dwelling for transient use for remuneration and does not propose additional development.
And also A.
Yes. So we would take out the word leasing and replace with operate.
Any other commissioner comments? All right, is the applicant present? Would the applicant like to make a presentation?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is David Federico. Thank you for the opportunity to address our STRS application for approval. I have owned and lived in the property on Jocelyn Canyon since the 1990s. This property has always been an owner-occupied property. When my father was 100, we needed to have more care, and my wife and I moved in with him for a short time. While there, we realized that we did not need to live full-time in our house, and it seemed to waste to not have it occupied. My wife retired and met a gal that was doing Airbnb, and that is how this all began. With that, my wife ran with it. With her being such a social person, it was a perfect way for her to share her enthusiasm with others visiting the Monterey Peninsula. So much so that we have become a super host within Airbnb, of which we are very proud. We have been doing this since 2018, paying our TOT to the county. We have also never had a complaint for all these years from anyone. Our neighbors are fully aware of us renting our property. You have these letters of support from our direct neighbors in our packet that has been submitted to you. I have heard many of the meetings prior to my submission, and I believe that this property meets all the HCD requirements. We manage the property and are on the premises while guests are present most of the time. When we are not in town, we have someone available 24/7. We are considered a super host and have a 5-star rating. We work hard at hosting people from around the world. We have chosen to have 6 people maximum. We don't want the wear and tear as we live in the house most of the time. The off-street parking is more than adequate. We employ people all year long with gardening, cleaning, maintenance, and contracting. Guests spend money when they come to the town, which helps our community. Our emergency plan is in place. We are ready to go. We look forward to continuing to be the great host to others and be able to rent our home while being in compliance with the county and moving forward. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Federico. Commissioners, any questions for Mr. Federico? Okay. Thank you. All right, we'll go to public comment. No public comment present. No hands up in the Zoom. Back to the commission. Commissioner Deal?
Pending any comments from fellow commissioners, I just want to point out how refreshing it is to be dealing with something today that someone's bringing forward that complies with all of the requirements. It's really nice. Regardless of what you think about short-term rentals, the planning department has reviewed this application, which we solicited when someone became aware that they needed a permit, and found it to comply with all of the rules and regulations in place under that ordinance. And that being the case, when it is appropriate, I would be pleased to move approval of this project.
Thank you.
I'll second it.
Thank you, Commissioner Deal. Thank you, Commissioner Work. When it's time to move forward with a motion, we have a first and a second. I have a question. It's come up in the past that whenever these come up before us, we wanted to see the total number, where we stand with short-term rentals for that area. Do we know that information?
Through the chair, I'm not sure we have that, but I could take a look at the last short-term rental in Greater Monterey that the Planning Commission has approved and see if it was on there.
Thank you. And in the meantime, I'd like to ask a question of the planner or even perhaps of the owner. Your operation plan, you said you have a backup manager for when you're not available. Is that a professional, an expert short-term rental manager or a property manager, or is it?
Well, actually, I have both. my family owns a building on Abrego Street in Monterey, and so we have a full-time maintenance person that would back us up anytime we need it. And we also have our friend here, Donna, who does a lot of things for us when we're not in town.
Okay, wonderful, thank you. Thank you. Commissioner Work? Mike?
Just curious, what's your occupancy?
Occupancy?
Yeah, what would you,
Well,
ballpark?
probably maybe 4 guests a month, you know, I would say on the average, you know, to it. Yeah. We shut down the minute they told us we needed to shut down, so we haven't been operating for the last 9 months.
If it's a 7-night minimum,
Yeah, yes.
it's a 7-night minimum and you're averaging 4 guests per month?
Oh, no. I mean, when you say 7 nights minimum, some people don't stay the whole 7 nights. So, you know, I would say probably when you think of it that way, you're probably looking at maybe, once a month for that type of thing. Yeah. And that.
Okay, thank you. I have another question for you. Does your operation plan include instructions for people upon arrival? That's a very windy, narrow road. Everybody that I know living in that area walks, and the danger to the people that live there and go for their daily walks, if a driver isn't familiar with the area, might come around a turn and be unaware of the possibility that there could be someone there.
Yeah, usually my wife talks to the people ahead of time before anybody comes, and she tells them about the road and everything else. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
All right. Any other commissioner comments? All right, and we've closed public comment. We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstained? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you so much. And a long day for you. Thank you for being here and sticking it out. Thank you. All right, on to department report.
Thank you, Chair. So a couple of items. One, I just wanted to give some departmental administrative kind of budgetary items. One, I wanted to alert the Planning Commission that the county has publicized the recruitment for our Housing Community Development Director. So we hope after the first of the year to have a successful recruitment and have that position permanently filled once again, which would then allow us to do recruitments for subsequent positions. We do have some vacancies elsewhere with myself as well filling in 2 gaps. So one way or another, it will help us fill in gaps within the department and close those holes. However the outcome is, we'll be happy with that. Assistant planner interviews are scheduled for this Thursday and Friday. We are hopeful that we might have some new assistant planners added to, we have vacancies both on the advanced or long-range planning team as well as the current planning team. So we're hopeful that after the first of the year, perhaps as early as the first pay period in January, if everything goes quick, we may have some new planners on board as well. Did just want to alert the Planning Commission, as every year around this time, our budget discussions are underway for the county. It is looking to be a challenging revenue year for the county. Our departmental revenues are down this year. That being said, we're expecting status quo and hopeful of status quo going into the budget negotiations or discussions, but we'll know more after the first of the year. But that process has gotten underway. We have, as of Monday, the public draft environmental impact report for the vacation rental ordinances. The draft ordinance is available for public review. That public review period is open until January 29th of 2024. So that's a really monumental step that we are at. Staff is very happy. I just want to take the opportunity to flag for this commission that in addition to doing the required CEQA chapters in that EIR analysis, we also did include an optional social and economic chapter, which can look at more qualitative impacts to address concerns that have been raised locally. And then we also did have a third party, an economic firm, conduct an economic analysis to try to look at trends related to housing availability, affordability related to vacation rentals. So all of that is in the draft EIR, and we look forward to those public comments and the next steps to address those comments, finalize the EIR, and come forward to the Planning Commission with those draft ordinances. I wanted to loop back to let the commission know that the last meeting, I can't remember which week it was, of the Board of Supervisors, they considered the Garapata Bridge Rail Replacement Project. The board's motion was to move an intent to deny the appeal, sharing concerns about precedent setting for the historic nature of those, of the bridges and uniqueness of Big Sur. So staff will be returning in January with the necessary finding for the board to make that finding, and then we would expect that would likely be appealed to the Coastal Commission. One last business item, we just wanted to, I wanted to bring to the attention for the commission, so for the Nicola project, that is the farm worker housing in Castroville, we've worked for a couple of months trying to schedule a special evening meeting, as has been the direction for that project. We have struggled with getting a quorum in the evening for the commission, and we've had to cancel that meeting on a couple of occasions. So at this point, we seem to have a quorum for a special meeting on January 18th. Thank you all who are able to be there. We wanted to just open the conversation today to get some consideration from the commission in the event that we might lose, if we lose a quorum for that meeting. Hopefully we just have the quorum, we're able to hold the special meeting on the 18th and there's no problem. But we did just want to kind of ask the question of what that might look like if we have yet another quorum challenge.
Commissioner Shaw?
So I just wanted to be upfront that I will have to recuse myself from that, even though I could come.
And I think more pointedly, if for any reason we need to cancel the special meeting yet again due to lack of quorum, if there would be openness or desire for staff to bring that forward in the effort of being responsive to the applicant who's been patiently waiting for their hearing at a regular hearing time. Or
Commissioner Shaw?
I would, as a resident of that community, having lived there my entire life, think that would be extremely not compassionate to the community that he wants to enter. It is a working class community, extremely low income. People are not going to be able to take the time off work. That would be a huge financial burden to place on a community that is still recovering from the catastrophic flooding, is facing potentially more rain and more damage. So I think the onus is on the applicant to be patient and have compassion. He has tenants in that property. It's bringing in income right now, and I just don't think that's a fair burden to put on the community. And you would, I don't know what kind of, how people would show up in the evening, just because, again, that it's during a weeknight. People are spread thin as it is, but the opportunity should be made available. So that's what I have to say about that. Thank you.
if I may, I just wanted to make perfectly clear, it's not the applicant who was putting this request forward, it's staff trying to be sensitive to the fact that we've had multiple months of delays for this issue. So just to be clear, it's not pressure that we're directly receiving. We just wanted to have the conversation in the event we run into another January quorum challenge.
Commissioner Work? Mike? Thank you.
Is it 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock here? I can't remember the hours, but is it here?
Scheduled for 5:30 on January 18th is the date here in the board chambers, yes. Is that correct?
Commissioner Deal?
I would like to suggest that past practice has been to hold such meetings in the evening on Wednesday. That in my experience, I normally hold Wednesday available for Planning Commission business. And that includes, at times we've met, didn't start till noon, didn't start till 1:30, went over till later in the night. I would really like to recommend to staff that since Thursday is a day when I work out of the county and I'm not available to attend this meeting, which I believe to be very important, that changing the day of the week is not a good strategy for me. Most of my other days are pretty well booked up. And so if there's any possible way going forward, we can look at field trips were always something that happened on Wednesdays. Evening hearings happened Wednesday evening because that was the day that I set aside for this kind of business, and shifting to another day simply doesn't work for me. And I'm now in the position of an extremely important project that I care deeply about that I can't participate in because I have an obligation outside of the area. And so I find it frustrating and I think probably unproductive in terms of encouraging public input not to be consistent with the time that we do this sort of thing. I think establishing a pattern encourages people to be able to make that kind of plan. So I would strongly advocate that we consider those items when we're going forward. Thank you.
Commissioner Deal, do you mean, generally speaking, piggybacking a special meeting on a Wednesday, on a planning commission Wednesday? Or any Wednesday?
Through the chair, in the past, we've used the off Wednesdays for other things, so I always have sort of a open schedule on Wednesdays for this kind of activity. What we have done in some cases is, rather than have a full planning commission hearing and then finish in the afternoon, we have said, okay, we're going to have an evening hearing, so we're going to start at 1:30, and then we're going to do ordinary business, and then have our evening hearing item happen after a break in the evening. And from my point of view, that kind of minimizes, I think, see Commissioner Work up there, I hope I'm not wrong, but it minimizes that back and forthness, which is harder for some of us than others.
Commissioner Shaw?
I would just echo that. I keep my Wednesdays open, and I schedule classes or other things that I do, or my children's extracurriculars around Wednesdays.
All right, thank you.
Thank you for that input. So we are currently, we will return with that item January 18th, and really appreciate the feedback and input. Staff will take that into consideration for future scheduling of non-standard regular meetings.
Does that conclude the department report?
Yes, that concludes the department report. Thank you.
Thank you, and that concludes our commission meeting. Thank you, everyone.